Marshall Peak, Chapter 4461, Prison League. After seeing Gu pan off, Yang Kai turned to Hui Gu, looking him over so meticulously that the latter couldn't help feeling spooked. "What is it, sir?" Hui Gu hurriedly asked. "Did nobody invite you to join Prison League?" Yang Kai asked. Startled, Hui Gu hurriedly explained, "This one has already submitted to you, sir. I will always follow you, sir. I will never join an evil force like Prison League willingly." "Relax." Yang Kai patted Hui Gu on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "I know how loyal you are to me, but joining Prison League is not in conflict with your loyalty to me." "Sir, do you mean?" Hui Gu seemed to have caught on to Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai affirmed, "There are no more fish to catch here. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'm sure you will obtain quite a high position if you join Prison League. At that time, we should work together from both inside and out." Hui Gu immediately understood. A good idea, sir. He pondered in silence for a moment before he added, "Logically speaking, somebody should have invited this one to join when Prison League was established. Since I didn't receive an invitation, it's quite possible that the invitation bearer was killed by you, sir." Yang Kai stiffened in surprise and nodded lightly. "That's certainly possible. During the time he spent waiting in the tree cave, he had caught 3 large fish and many other small fries. There was a high possibility that the people sent by Prison League to deliver an invitation to Hui Gu had died at his hands. But it's not a problem. If I take the initiative to join Prison League, I believe those old farts won't turn me away." Hui Gu volunteered, "Go, but be careful." Yang Kai nodded. They exchanged means to communicate with each other. Then Hui Gu immediately set off to search for the location of Prison League. With the loyalty list in his hand, Yang Kai had no need to fear that Hui Gu might betray him. As long as Hui Gu could join Prison League without issues, he could act as a spy for Yang Kai. In that way, Yang Kai would be the first to obtain news about Prison League's movements. One day after Hui Gu departed, Yang Kai set off with Lu Jing. 4 or 5 months had passed since the Tao Theory assembly kicked off, and the situation on the prison star that started off as a chaotic mess had gradually settled. The weak had chosen to huddle together to stay warm, desperately seeking shelter and protection from other masters as a result. That was how Prison League was born. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star were powerful existences with a deep heritage from the long years of accumulation since their advancement. In a one-on-one battle, the participants from the major cave heavens and paradises would be no match for them. However, the strength of the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would become lacking if it turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Of course, while the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises knew how to work together, so did the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the prison star. Since Prison League came into being, it had madly absorbed all the criminals on the prison star and became an enormous behemoth in a very short time frame. Throughout the existence of the prison star, this was the first time the criminals had ever been so united. The process on Hui Gu's side went very smoothly. He was one of the masters that Prison League had wanted to invite from the start. So now that he took the initiative to join them, it was only natural that he was taken in quickly and given the role of a protector. Prison League's headquarters was located on a piece of barren land called the Yellow Spring Cave. It was originally the secluded home of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Huang Quan, also known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, but this place had been transformed into the headquarters of Prison League out of necessity. With Huang Quan's strength, he could be considered a first-class existence on the prison star. Even the jade slip that Chu Huashang gave to Yang Kai had specially flagged this person along with a handful of other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to warn Yang Kai to be careful if he encountered them. That was because these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were existences on the verge of advancing into the Seventh Order. It could be said that they had reached the peak of the Sixth Order. As a result, They were existences on the same level as Yang Kai's subordinate, Mao Zhe. Even after being imprisoned on the prison star for so many years, their strength would not have decreased by much. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch had established Prison League and proclaimed himself as Prison League's master. There were 2 Vice League masters and 6 protectors serving under him, all of whom were in the 6th Order. It could be said that Prison League had 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as their strongest combat force. Now that Huigu had joined them, that number reached an incredible 10 6th Order Masters. Besides the 5 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters killed by Yang Kai, Prison League had gathered almost all of the remaining 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under its banner. Even if some were missing, there were not many of them. This was only taking into account the 6th Order Masters. There were countless more with cultivations below the 6th Order. This information was what Huigu secretly passed to Yang Kai after he joined Prison League. The criminals had huddled together to keep warm, resulting in the establishment of a powerful great force like Prison League. In turn, the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly began bemoaning their misfortune. In the previous months, they were able to hunt down some of the criminals and reap some achievements, although many of them also died as a result. In general, there was a balance of losses and gains. However, it became extremely difficult to find and kill any lone criminals since Prison League was established. The criminals of Prison League would move about in groups whenever they traveled anywhere. Moreover, these groups were always led by 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, at the very least. 5 made up a small team, 10 formed a medium team, and 20 or more formed a large team. If the lone cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly ran into these groups, their strength would not be enough for them to resist. The only fate waiting for them was death. As such, the number of fatalities among the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly increased sharply. The establishment of Prison League also forced the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly to form their own groups. It was just that there was no rallying call for unification. Not to mention, they were scattered all over the prison star. Their groups simply consisted of good friends or general acquaintances temporarily traveling together, which did not improve their safety by much. With the help of Huigu acting as a spy, Yang Kai gained a lot of benefits. Huigu was one of the 7 protectors of Prison League, so it was only natural that he had access to inside information, which he quietly passed on to Yang Kai, allowing the latter to enjoy success again. And again, Yang Kai and Lu Jing both sat down cross-legged in an extremely dry and hot cave located in the belly of a barren mountain about 150 kilometers away from Yellow Spring Cave. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's expression changed. He took out and examined the communication bead. Then he slowly got to his feet. Sensing movement, Lu Jing quickly opened his eyes. "Senior brother, are you going out?" Yang Kai nodded. "This trip might be a little dangerous. Wait here for me." Lu Jing was aware that his strength was lacking. The last few times Yang Kai had made a move, he could only watch from afar with no means of participating in the battle at all. Thus he nodded at those words, "Take care, senior brother." Yang Kai smiled and strode out, his figure rapidly becoming a blur on the horizon. An hour later, Yang Kai quietly laid in ambush on top of a barren mountain while concealing his aura. According to the information from Huigu, Prison League had arranged a large deployment this time. If everything went well, he would be able to reap a great harvest. It didn't take long before numerous figures approached quickly from a distance. There were many people, as many as a dozen or so. In addition, they were led by 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be considered a very powerful medium team. Most cultivators would be powerless against them. Be that as it may, this group of people was nothing more than an abundant harvest to Yang Kai. These people landed on the barren mountain, seemingly with a clear goal in mind. They immediately began searching the area with a fine-toothed comb. Their divine senses surged turbulently as they probed their surroundings. Although it was vague, they seemed to have formed a simple formation between them that connected their auras with one another. The amplification might not be large, but it was enough to enhance their respective auras slightly. Yang Kai remained hidden in the shadows, concealing his aura. With his cultivation in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he was not afraid of being discovered by this group. After waiting for a short while, Yang Kai abruptly summoned the Azure Dragon Spear when the enemy group entered a suitable range, and swept out with his weapon. Caught off guard, the dozen or so people were thrown off their feet, with a number of them exploding into blood mist on the spot. Black light burst forth and plunged into Yang Kai's golden wristband shortly after. Horrified screams rang out as those who were lucky enough to survive did not hesitate to act. They quickly used their respective secret techniques and artifacts to bombard Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's spear danced, drawing upon his strength as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He defended against this barrage of attacks before carrying forward his momentum to thrust out his spear again. At this moment, 5 people suddenly emerged in a ghostly manner, each one of them possessing a powerful aura. The 2 people standing in the lead were both in the Sixth Order. One of them was a fair-faced man. It was none other than Huigu. The other person was a tall and dignified middle-aged man with graying hair. As soon as they appeared, they activated their power at the same time to cover Yang Kai from above. It was obvious that they were prepared in advance. The middle-aged man shouted, "We've been waiting a long time for you." Yang Kai paled in shock and raised his spear to block. Hong! His body was shaken badly and golden blood spurted out of his mouth. His expression immediately fell, and he staggered backwards by a significant distance. Barely able to steady his figure, he raised his head to look at them with an uncertain and fearful expression. "Who are you?" Huigu's brow twitched at the sight. He took a careful look at the blood trickling out of Yang Kai's mouth, and thought to himself, Sir Shura's great acting skills. If I had not known the truth, I would have been fooled by his performance. Still, stepping forward, he announced lightly, "This monarch is Huigu." The middle-aged man held a pale blue longsword in his hand, one that flashed slightly as he coldly snorted. "This monarch is void-mind heavenly monarch, Wu Nian." 2 heavenly monarchs. Yang Kai wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Coldly observing the many open heaven realm masters that were forming an encirclement around him, he snorted softly to himself, "Prison League sure is giving me great respect. I can't believe they dispatched 2 heavenly monarchs to ambush this king." Wu Nian ground his teeth. "You've ambushed and killed 36 members from Prison League. Did you really think we would be so easily bullied? I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from. This place will be your burial ground today." With the help of the information provided by Huigu, Yang Kai had attacked Prison League 3 times recently and killed many of its members, including a number in the Fifth Order. As a result, he naturally caught the attention of Prison League's leaders. After investigating the 3 battlefields, Prison League determined that it was the work of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, this Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting alone. They could not remain indifferent to the culprit behind these attacks. Hence, Huigu suggested a plan to lure out the culprit. Sure enough, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who secretly attacked from the shadows had made his move again. But this time, 2 of Prison League's protectors were hidden nearby to finally put an end to this menace. Wu Nian suddenly noticed the dense stars covering the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist and couldn't help feeling shocked. Just how many people did this guy kill in the short span of 6 months? How did he accumulate such horrifying achievements? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4462, A Good Show? In addition to the shock Wu Nian felt, his expression was filled with greed. "If I succeed in killing this brat, Then all the stars on his wrist will be transferred to me. Even if I have to divide the spoils of war with Huigu, it will still be quite a considerable gain. Yin Yang Cave Heaven announced a long time ago that anybody from the prison star who obtained great achievements in the Tao Theory Assembly would be set free. As one of the 36 cave heavens, Yin Yang Cave Heaven's promise was extremely credible. Although Wu Nian did not know how many stars were needed to buy his freedom, he was certain it could not be too many. In other words, both he and Huigu would regain their freedom as long as they could kill the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of them. Attack! He shouted and swung his long sword, lunging straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding Yang Kai quickly launched their respective secret techniques in unison, hong hong hong. The surrounding space around Yang Kai was filled with chaotic energy, and his world force became turbulent. Standing there, he resembled a lone wooden canoe in the middle of a storm. He swayed unsteadily, and his figure instantly became drenched in blood. After trying to defend against the attacks for some time, he turned around and fled. "Were you trying to run?" Wu Nian roared. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not seize this opportunity, then he might be trapped on the prison star for the rest of his life. While speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed at Yang Kai's back with eyes filled with great excitement. At that moment, though, a sudden pain erupted from his back. It felt as though an entire world had slammed right into him. The small universe in his body became turbulent as a burst of stars danced in his vision and blood mist sprayed out of his mouth. He hastily turned back to look and saw Huigu, who had been following close behind him all this while, slowly retracting a palm with a cold and indifferent expression. "You." His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Huigu would attack him from behind. Why? Could it be that he wants to devour all of that guy's achievements himself? But can he guarantee that he can defeat this guy alone? Besides, this guy has accumulated so many achievements. There's more than enough to divide among ourselves. Why does he need to hog everything for himself? Before Wu Nian could sort through his muddled thoughts, Yang Kai abruptly turned around, even though he had been fleeing just now, and thrust his spear out. The panicked expression from before had vanished without a trace and was replaced with a savage grin. A sudden possibility struck Wu Nian. Looking horrified, he shouted, "Huigu, how dare you collude with outsiders?" Yang Kai burst out laughing. "What do you mean by colluding? Huigu has been working for me all along." Wu Nian's complexion instantly turned ashen. In the next moment, he was caught in a pincer between Huigu and Yang Kai. Not to mention, he was already severely injured from Huigu's sneak attack earlier. How could he be an opponent in a 2-against-1 battle? It only took 3 breaths before he was beaten so badly that he was on the verge of death. Blood splattered wildly, and his injuries became increasingly severe. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding Yang Kai earlier were dumbfounded at this sight. It was supposed to be a trap set up by Prison League to lure out their prey. Everything had been going well. So how did the situation turn around so quickly? It was very difficult for anybody to understand just what had happened. The words that came out of Yang Kai's mouth made their expressions change drastically, though. Void Mind, Heavenly Monarch, was currently stuck in a precarious situation. Seeing that he could lose his life at any moment, they did not dare to remain idle. They hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. "Stand right there. Whoever runs will die." Yang Kai raised his spear to bombard Wu Nian indiscriminately with a barrage of attacks. At the same time, he gave a loud roar and surged his space principles. Nobody heeded Yang Kai's words, of course. If they did not escape now, they would simply be waiting to die. However, the space around them thickened and made them feel as though they were stuck in a quagmire. It was now difficult to take even a single step forward. "Go," Yang Kai ordered Huigu. Gray Bones' heavenly monarch immediately nodded, and with a shift of his body, he charged towards the fleeing open heaven realm masters. He was well aware of Yang Kai's abilities. So forget about the heavily injured Wu Nian. Even if the latter had been in peak condition, he would still be no match for Yang Kai. There was nothing to be worried about. Besides, his cooperation with Yang Kai could not be exposed. Otherwise, they would not have another chance to perform something like this again. By the time Huigu captured all of the fleeing open heaven realm masters and sealed their cultivations, Yang Kai had stabbed more than 10 gaping holes in Wu Nian's body. Fresh blood and innards flowed out all over the ground. In addition, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burned all over those wounds. Wu Nian was doomed. Huigu knew in his heart that it was impossible for anybody to recover from such injuries, even if an open heaven realm masters had great vitality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a winner to be decided so quickly in a battle between Sixth Order open heaven realm masters. Even if one party was no match for the other party might be helpless if the former was determined to flee. There were two reasons for this situation to occur. The first reason was that Wu Nian had been severely injured by Huigu in a sneak attack. The second reason was that Yang Kai's strength was beyond the limits of those in the same order. Wu Nian had no hope of escaping at all. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Nian coughed violently and fell to one knee on the ground. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he forcefully propped himself up to prevent himself from falling down. He raised his eyes and glared at Huigu furiously. Backstabbing bastard. I will be waiting for you on the road to hell. He sincerely believed that he would not have had such a tragic ending if Huigu had not attacked him from behind. Huigu just stared back at Wu Nian indifferently and said nothing. Things are over here. You can head back first. Yang Kai waved a hand at Huigu to dismiss the latter. Wu Nian no longer had any strength left to resist. His vitality was slowly dispersing, and he would die soon even if Yang Kai left him alone. On the other hand, the remaining open heaven realm masters had been imprisoned nearby by Huigu. They could not move a single muscle, so it was time to reap the harvest. I'm afraid I can't go back like this, Huigu said. Yang Kai was taken aback by those words, but he understood immediately I was negligent. Yang Kai raised a hand and struck his palm towards Huigu. Huigu did not resist and just stood there to take the attack. His figure staggered unsteadily and blood spurted out of his mouth. After stabilizing himself, he spoke with a pale complexion. Sir, I'll be leaving first. Yang Kai nodded, and Huigu immediately soared into the sky and fled towards the place where he came from. Wu Nian watched coldly, his expression forlorn. He simply could not understand why a Sixth Order open heaven realm masters like Huigu would be so respectful towards a participant of the Tao theory assembly from the outside. Now, I'll send you all to hell. Yang Kai grinned. Lifting his spear, he was about to land the killing blow when he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" Ripples spread out through the surrounding space in that direction, and 4 figures slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up, and his expression turned grim at the sight. That couldn't be helped, as he recognized 2 among these 4 people. Moreover, these 2 people held deep grudges towards him. They were Yin Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Pei Wen Xian from Myriad Demons Heaven. I can't believe that they're here. Yang Kai was furious. He had been so focused on his fight with Wu Nian just now that he failed to notice anybody approaching this place, and it was too late by the time he did. I wonder how long they've been here. These 2 had teamed up somehow, most likely due to the pressure from Prison League. Acting alone at this point was not safe, so they decided to cooperate with each other. Aside from the 2 familiar faces, there were another 2 that Yang Kai didn't recognize. One of them was covered in rich demon chi, so it was easy to see that he was a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple at a glance. The other person showed no noticeable characteristics, but was probably a disciple from Xian Yuan Cave, Heaven, before Yang Kai revealed himself. Only Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were supposed to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, so both Xian Yuan Cave Heaven or Myriad Demons Heaven had each registered a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm disciple for the Tao Theory Assembly. However, the sudden appearance of a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had muddied the waters. Only after his presence was revealed did the Cave Heavens and Paradises adjust their strategies and register the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm disciples they brought along for the Tao Theory Assembly at the last moment. Judging from the current situation, the other two were probably in the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm. They were most likely the original candidates chosen by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. The Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple was unfamiliar to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai had probably never met him before. On the other hand, the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven seemed slightly familiar to Yang Kai. He had the vague feeling that he had met this person somewhere before. His memory was very good, so it only took him a moment of thought for him to recall where he had seen this person. This Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master had followed Tizheng to Shattered Heaven back then. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had joined forces to fight Zhu Jiu-In outside Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this guy was one of them. Didn't they say that Tizheng died in an unexpected accident? Why is this guy still alive? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Even so, he did not think too much about it. His current strength was so extraordinary that a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not worth his attention. On the contrary, that person smiled at Yang Kai, causing him to frown slightly at the sight. "Oh, it's you too." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How can I help you?" He was secretly calculating what kind of consequences he would face if he went on a massacre in this place. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these four. Be it Enexai and Zhao or Pei Wenxian, both of them had only advanced into the Open Heaven realm recently, so they had probably only just stabilized their cultivations. As a result, they could not be considered strong amongst Sixth-Order Open Heaven realm masters. Unfortunately, it would probably be extremely hard to deal with the aftermath if he killed them. These two were core disciples of two cave heavens after all. Su Linggong had claimed that the Tao Theory Assembly did not shy away from killing, so there should be no resentment even if disciples of the cave heavens and paradises died in this place. That being said, the cave heavens and paradises would not leave the matter alone if the disciples belonging to them were to die. They might not do anything during the Tao Theory Assembly out of respect for Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but they would definitely settle their grievances after it ended. What's more, there's no saying what kind of secret trump cards these two have on them. I might not get another chance if I fail to kill them in one attack. As these thoughts flitted through Yang Kai's mind, he gave up on the idea of killing them. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling inwardly resentful. His actions were often hampered and obstructed without the backing of a powerful great force. I only planned to come over and watch the excitement when I heard the commotion, but I didn't expect to enjoy such a good show. Enexai Zhao clapped his hands softly with a meaningful expression on his face. "A good show?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I don't know what you're talking about." Enexai Zhao chuckled. "Are you still trying to hide the truth at this point?" Yang Kai was indifferent to those words, but he knew that Hui Gu's identity had been exposed. These four had probably been here for a while now, so they witnessed everything that happened just now. An aggressive light involuntarily flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he felt the urge to silence the witnesses to his crime slowly rising. "Cooperate with us, and we'll let you live." Enexai Zhao's expression suddenly sank. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and continued, "You should know that you won't survive in your current state if I join forces with senior brother Pei. But We are willing to let you live for the time being, since you're useful. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4463, Cooperation. Cooperate? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked. Xian Zhao glanced at the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist with a gloomy expression. You sure have a lot of stars. When Yang Kai left the dense forest tree cave with Huigu, he had nearly 60 stars. Furthermore, he carried out ambushes 3 times in a row and killed more than 30 members of Prison League recently. Having obtained even more achievements, there were close to 70 stars now. The densely packed stars twinkled at a glance. On the contrary, there was not a single star on the golden wristband around Xian Zhao's wrist. Yang Kai had failed to notice this fact at the beginning and couldn't help feeling taken aback at the sight. Then he looked over and realized that the same held true for Pei Wenxian. This clearly did not make sense. Both of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was impossible for them to have 0 achievements after entering the prison star for so long. Nevertheless, he immediately understood the situation when he looked at the 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 5th Order Master of Myriad Demons Heaven only had a few stars on his wristband, which was hardly noteworthy. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven standing behind Xian Zhao had nearly 30 stars. Judging from the situation, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven had been tasked with dealing the killing blow for all the enemies that these 4 had defeated to absorb the achievements. In this way, they might succeed in pushing this person into the top position and ultimately win the Dao Theory Assembly. When killing the criminals, the others would not receive a share of the achievements as long as they stood outside a 300 meters range. It was obvious that Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian had continuously captured and imprisoned the criminals they encountered, then let the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple deal the killing blow. That was how the Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciple obtained so many stars. As for how the 2 had secretly reached this agreement, where Myriad Demons Heaven represented by Pei Wenxian willingly gave up their qualification in the Dao Theory Assembly, it was not something Yang Kai could guess. In this way, even if the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven won the Dao Theory Assembly, he could enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven without any worries. All Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would lose was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which was their original plan. They originally thought that this achievement was enough for them to stand out from the crowd, and it was not until they met Yang Kai that they realized how great the difference was. It was almost 2 times the difference. Moreover, it had to be said that the 4 of them had been working together while Yang Kai was working alone. Combining everything they had witnessed earlier, Xian Zhao couldn't help admiring Yang Kai's intelligence. It was clearly much more convenient to have somebody on the inside of Prison League. Although he did not know why a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was acting in complicity with Yang Kai, it was only natural that he made good use of the weakness that he discovered. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste of such a great opportunity. You have quite a lot yourselves, Yang Kai said lightly with a pointed glance at the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Stop wasting time on nonsense. Right now, you only have 2 options to choose from. Xian Zhao looked confident that he had Yang Kai in the palm of his hand, so he simply declared, "First, I join forces with Brother Pei and kill you." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Where do you get your confidence from?" Xian Zhao chuckled. "It has not been long since we all advanced into the open heaven realm. Nobody is stronger than the other by much. How long do you think you can hold out if Brother Pei and I work together to take you down? If we kill you, all the stars that you possess will become ours." The 2 of them were confident that they could kill Yang Kai if it really came down to a fight, but they would have to pay quite a heavy price to do so. He might even severely injure one of them during the process. The risk was too great. Besides, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not an easy opponent to contend with in a life-and-death battle. They could not guarantee that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven could obtain all of the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist alone. The most likely outcome was that he and Pei Wenxian would be forced to deal a killing blow, leading to Yang Kai's death. If that was the case, the achievements on Yang Kai's wrist would be evenly split between them. It would not benefit the overall situation. After all, they had to make sure that the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven came out on top. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. A fierce energy lingered around his body, as though he was going to attack at any time. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao stepped forward together. One of them was sneering while murderous intent surged in the other's eyes. Both of their auras were locked firmly on Yang Kai. There seemed to be an invisible collision of the world force which shook the surrounding space, causing the void around them to ripple unstably. A long time passed before Yang Kai suddenly turned pale. Clutching at his chest, he staggered backwards and coldly snorted, "What's the second option?" Yin Xian Zhao slowly shook his head. "Since you refuse to toast, you must drink a loss." "Why do this?" "The second option is obviously to cooperate with us. We will carry out a massacre with the help of your spy in Prison League." Yang Kai's expression became ugly. "It looks like I don't really have a choice." Yin Xian Zhao smiled and nodded. "A wise man submits to his circumstances." "I can cooperate with you, but I will need compensation," Yang Kai said. "Compensation? You want compensation?" Yin Xian Zhao frowned deeply and looked at Yang Kai strangely. "You want to make use of my spy and take all the merits from me. Why shouldn't I get some compensation?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you won't agree, then we might as well fight to the death here. We will see who has the last laugh." Yin Xian Zhao looked a little taken aback. "What do you want as compensation?" He secretly decided that he would immediately kill Yang Kai if his demands went overboard. In any case, with their current achievements, there was probably nobody else who could surpass them. It would be easy for them to obtain the top position as long as they killed Yang Kai. "Anything," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Xian Zhao was startled for a moment. Only then did he understand something. Yang Kai is giving himself a way out. Why else will he say something like that? We are Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, after all. Who would want to be embarrassed in public? Failing to stifle his laughter, Yin Xian Zhao casually fiddled around with his space ring before tossing a spare ring towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the space ring and stuffed the ring into his pocket without even looking at the contents. "It's okay now, right?" Yin Xian Zhao asked impatiently. Yang Kai remained silent and did not reply. Yin Xian Zhao turned and shot a look at the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside him. "Zhuangwei, do it." The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, called Zhuangwei, immediately nodded in response. "Yes, senior brother." Striding forward, he walked until he came to stand in front of Yang Kai and stretched out his hand. "Please move aside." Yang Kai glanced at Zhuangwei. How could he not know what Zhuangwei wanted to do? Annoyed, he coldly snorted and moved 1,000 meters away with a flash of his body. Zhuangwei came to stand in front of Wu Nian and stared at the other party greedily. He had been under the protection of 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all this while, so he was practically invincible in this place. Even so, he had never killed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. It was a stroke of luck that he gained this opportunity for free today, so he had to fully enjoy the feeling of killing a stronger opponent with such ease. Wu Nian had one last dying breath left in him. Glaring fiercely at Zhuangwei, he suddenly flicked the long sword in his hand to stab at him. Zhuangwei jumped in fright and hurriedly backed away, only to realize that the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him barely had any strength left. Even this last attack turned out to be very weak and feeble. Becoming angry out of shame, Zhuang Wei stepped forward and slapped a palm out. Wu Nian didn't even make a sound as his head was pounded straight into his chest cavity. A black light flew out and plunged into the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist, instantly lighting up 5 stars. Zhuang Wei was overjoyed. Afterwards, he walked towards the many prison league members nearby who had been subdued and imprisoned by Huigu earlier. Ignoring the begging cries for mercy from those people, he killed them all with a palm strike for each person. It was an easy harvest. Following that, the number of stars on his golden wristband soared by more than 10, causing him to smile happily. He had more than 30 stars in the first place, so now that the number had gone up by more than 10, Zhuang Wei had a total of 40 stars on his wristband. Aside from Yang Kai, nobody else on the prison star could possibly have an achievement higher than his. At present, the Tao Theory Assembly was only halfway through the 1-year period. With the help of Yang Kai and the spy inside Prison League, it was only a matter of time before he took the top spot in the competition. His heart immediately burned with excitement when he imagined that he would have a wife like Chu Huashang in the future. There was no denying that he was an outstanding talent in Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Even so, he was a far cry from a core disciple like Yin Exenzhao. Zhuang Wei would not have been dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly otherwise. After all, the sects were fully prepared to part with the disciples dispatched to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. To put it in more realistic terms, these people were dispensable existences to the great forces behind them. The young master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, that position was much higher than Zhuang Wei's current status. However, not everybody was qualified to become the young master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Only the husbands of the top core disciples in Yin Yang Cave Heaven had this qualification. Huigu fled back to Prison League headquarters at Yellow Spring Cave. He was drenched in blood, and his aura was very weak. The Vice League Master, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jin Gang, was on duty at the time. Upon hearing the news, he was shocked and hurriedly came forward to investigate the situation. He examined Huigu's injuries inside the secret room and asked solemnly, "What the hell happened, Brother Huigu? Where is Brother Wu Nian?" Huigu immediately looked depressed. "I'm afraid Brother Wu Nian is gone. Vice League Master, we were ambushed. Not a single brother survived. I'm the only one who managed to escape." Ambushed? Jin Gang's eyes widened at those words. Who did it? Huigu shook his head. "I don't know which cave heaven or paradise they belong to." Jin Gang said, "You and Wu Nian are both in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Moreover, you brought so many others with you. To think they managed to defeat all of you. What's more, even Wu Nian lost his life in this battle. Just how many 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters were there?" "At least 3, maybe more." Huigu made up nonsense on the spot. Both he and Wu Nian were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all. It would not make sense if there were too few enemies. Jin Gang's expression became slightly more solemn than before. "This is a very important matter. You will come with me to meet the League Master and report this matter to him personally." Huigu couldn't help feeling guilty. Meet the League Master? "We can't afford to delay any longer. Let's go now." Jin Gang did not allow Huigu to make any objections. Grabbing Huigu by the arm, he quickly departed. A short while later, they met with Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huigu repeated his prepared speech once more and lowered his head. "League Master, this Huigu failed his duties and caused Prison League to suffer severe losses. I ask that you punish me." Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was a famous figure and also the strongest master on the prison star. If that was not the case, he could not have taken the position of League Master. He glanced at Huigu lightly and said, "I know what you and Wu Nian are capable of. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly had only advanced recently. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, how did you lose so badly? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4464. Who is this guy? Huigu lowered his head in response. We were too careless. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch Huang Quan looked at Huigu quietly with a gaze that was very deep. Huigu was stared at so intently that he became scared. Could it be that he noticed something? If my identity is exposed here, then I'm a goner. He might be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was weaker than both Huang Quan and Jean Gang. Not to mention, this was Prison League's headquarters. There were 8 other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters gathered in this place, aside from him. If his identity was exposed, then only death would await him. Where were you ambushed? Bring me there. Just as Huigu was worrying about his gains and losses, Huang Quan suddenly spoke up. Huigu knew that he could not refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. A short while later, 3 figures rose into the sky and headed in a certain direction. While leading the League Master and one of the Vice League Masters to investigate the remaining traces of the battlefield, Huigu tried to send a message to Yang Kai on multiple occasions but failed to make contact with him. He did not know whether Huang Quan could detect anything from the remaining traces of the battlefield. Nevertheless, he had the vague feeling that he was going to be in great trouble soon. He secretly decided to flee as soon as things turned south. That way, he might still have a chance of survival. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the previous battlefield and landed amidst the corpses. There was a patch of blood that had yet to dry, staining the ground. The traces of a battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters remained in the surroundings. Moreover, the corpses that had long lost their vitality were strewn everywhere. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch Jean Gang stepped forward and came to stand in front of a corpse. After a careful investigation, his expression became solemn. Brother Wunyan. This person was obviously the late Void Mind Heavenly Monarch. It was just that his head had been smashed into his chest cavity. Meanwhile, Huang Quan did not say anything. He simply swept his gaze over the entire battlefield before he gently closed his eyes and quietly perceived his surroundings. Huigu stood behind Huang Quan, his eyes shifting nervously. He secretly thought to himself, if I attack Huang Quan right now, can I kill him on the spot? If he could kill Huang Quan, then only the Jean Gang would be left. Although he was no match for Jean Gang, he was confident that he could escape. Not all Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were as sickeningly powerful as Yang Kai. But if I fail to kill him in one move, then I will be stuck in between 2 top Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In my current state, death is the most likely outcome. Just as Huigu was being indecisive, Huang Quan suddenly jerked open his eyes and spoke with a frown. 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left traces of their aura here. 3. Huigu couldn't help being stunned. What does he mean by 3? Aside from Prison League, only Yang Kai was here earlier. Could it be that 2 others came by later? This is really helpful. Feeling considerably relieved, Huigu quickly followed Huang Quan's lead and said, at the time, 1 person held me back while the other 2 joined forces against Brother Wu Nan. In the end, a cold light flashed through Huang Quan's eyes. These people from the cave heavens and paradises are too presumptuous. How dare they bully us like this? Do they think Prison League will take this lying down? He turned to look at Wu Nian's corpse and quickly added, rest assured, Brother Wu Nian, Prison League will definitely avenge you. He instructed Jean Gang to carefully retrieve Wu Nian's corpse. Afterwards, the 3 of them returned the way they came. Inside their hiding place, Lu Jing glanced curiously at the 4 people who entered together with Yang Kai. He might not recognize these people, but that did not prevent him from sensing their overwhelming strength. None of them were people he could afford to provoke, especially the two who were filled with abundant demon chi. He could tell that they were myriad demons, heaven disciples at a glance. Find a place to stay yourselves. I'll notify you once I receive further news, Yang Kai said before he headed towards his own room. Yin Exa Zhao threatened darkly from behind. Don't make us wait for too long. We don't have much patience. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored Yin Exa and Zhao. Behind him came Yin Exa and Zhao's low laughter filled with pure delight. Mo Sheng, tidy up that area, Pei Wenxian instructed. Yes, Senior Brother Pei, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been following closely behind Pei Wenxian all this while responded respectfully. He walked over to the side of the cave and wrapped his hands with demon chi. It didn't take long before he built a simple cave mansion by the side. On the other side, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a shocked and suspicious expression on his face. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who has been following behind Pei Wenxian, is called Mo Sheng? Did I mishear? Or is it just a similar sounding name? Great Demon God was also called Mo Sheng. It was just that Yang Kai and the other great emperors from the Star Boundary had joined forces to kill him. In the end, Wu Kuang had used his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Mo Sheng's body and seized control of it. It could also be considered another method of possession. He later left the Star Boundary, and there had been no news from him. Since then, Wu Kuang was a man of great aptitude and talent. If not, he could not have single-handedly created a heaven-defying secret art, like the heaven-devouring battle law all by himself. Back in the Star Boundary, he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest master in the Star Boundary's history. Many great emperors had died at his hands during the Great Emperor War in the Shattered Star Seed. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good impression of Wu Kuang, as he was both cruel and brutal in both his temperament and methods. Wu Kuang was definitely not a compassionate man. Hence, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he left the Star Boundary for the outer universe to seek a higher martial Tao. The truth was that he would not have felt at ease if Wu Kuang had remained in the Star Boundary. After leaving the Star Boundary, Yang Kai didn't even bother to search for news about Wu Kuang. There wasn't any friendship between them, so he did not care whether the other party was dead or alive. I can't believe I ran into a guy called Mo Sheng in this place. Out of all the coincidences, he also turned out to be from Myriad Demons Heaven, but his appearance is completely different from either Mo Sheng or Wu Kuang. Is he another person called Mo Sheng? Or is he Wu Kuang in disguise? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something else. This guy went to Shattered Heaven with Tizheng. Tizheng died back then, so how did he survive? Yang Kai was unable to understand the situation, but he was in no position to recklessly investigate anything either. As such, he could only wallow in his questions. Besides, he was currently stuck in an uncomfortable situation. Yin Exian Zhao and Pei Wenxian had learned the secret about his cooperation with Huigu, but he could not silence the witnesses to his crime. Since it was not convenient for him to take action, he could only try to murder them with a borrowed knife. There were many on the prison star who were capable of killing these two after all. I will need to borrow the strength of Prison League. Immersing his mind into his thoughts, Yang Kai began to form a vague plan. If everything went well, then Yin Exian Zhao and Pei Wenxian would both die on the prison star before long. As time passed, Yang Kai led Yin Exian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the other two out to hunt several times according to the information that continued to come from Huigu. Needless to say, they obtained great benefits every time. The stars on the golden wristband of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Zhuang Wei increased steadily and soon reached a point where he was about to surpass Yang Kai. The smooth progress delighted him greatly. The four of them had spent a lot of effort over the past 6 months searching everywhere, and eventually accumulating around 30 stars. However, Ever since they met Yang Kai, he had gained the same amount of achievement from before in less than a month's time. It was only recently that he understood how Yang Kai had obtained all those stars. He secretly thought to himself, if Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei killed at Yang Kai, then it's a given that I will obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the great hope of winning the Tao Theory Assembly in his heart, Zhuang Wei was always the most enthusiastic of them all whenever they moved out. While Zhuang Wei was making great progress, Yang Kai's plan was slowly moving forward. There were less than 5 months left before the Tao Theory Assembly ended, but that was ample time. He had nothing to worry about yet. On the other hand, Yang Kai tried numerous times to probe into the identity of the guy called Mo Sheng. Unfortunately, his efforts were fruitless. He could not figure out the other party's identity, and after multiple failed attempts, he decided to ignore Mo Sheng instead, so as not to reveal anything. On a certain day, Yang Kai received another message from Hui Gu. He had only just finished checking the message when Zhuang Wei's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave and asked excitedly, "Did you receive new information again?" "That's right. A patrol will be dispatched from Prison League tomorrow. The team will be led by 2 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there will be 12 people in total." "That's great." Zhuang Wei grinned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he added in admiration, "You're amazing too. Don't worry. I will speak to Senior Brother Yin and Senior Brother Pei on your behalf when the Tao Theory Assembly ends. Disputes should be resolved rather than settled." "Many thanks," Yang Kai chuckled. Zhuang Wei nodded. When he turned around, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. He knew very well that Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were simply making use of Yang Kai's inside connection for the time being. Those two were waiting until the Tao Theory Assembly was about to end to kill Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai's spy would no longer be useful at that time. Not to mention, killing him meant that they would also obtain the considerable achievements that he accumulated. Zhuang Wei's words just now were only to appease Yang Kai. How could he possibly upset Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian for the sake of an outsider? The next day, the 4 of them walked out of their hiding spot and headed in a certain direction under Yang Kai's guidance. Hui Gu was currently serving as one of the protectors of the Prison League. It was a high-level position that came with great authority. Hence, it was easy for him to investigate and even influence the route of Prison League's patrols. It was only possible for Yang Kai and the others to kill all those Prison League members previously thanks to the information that Hui Gu provided. The prison star was so vast after all, so Yang Kai would have no idea where to find these people otherwise. Yang Kai landed in a mountain valley, surrounded on all sides a short time later. "Is it here?" Zhuang Wei asked. "The patrol will pass this place in an hour. Get ready." Yang Kai did not bother to explain further. Having experienced this situation countless times by now, they were naturally familiar with this situation. They each used their respective secret techniques to conceal their auras and hid in the shadows to quietly lie in wait. In Prison League's headquarters, Hui Gu was on duty when he suddenly heard the gloomy tolling of a bell resounding throughout the Yellow Spring Cave. The tolling of this bell meant that the League Master had issued a summoning order. More importantly, the bell would not be rung unless it was an urgent matter. This was the first time Hui Gu heard the bells ever since he joined the Prison League. Instructing his subordinate to take over his duties, Hui Gu rushed towards the main conference hall. He glanced around upon reaching the hall and saw that many people were gathered here. There were as many as 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters who arrived, and League Master Huang Quan sat in the main seat. To the left and right sides below him sat the 2 Vice League Masters, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch, Song Yen. Hui Gu bowed to the League Master and the Vice League Masters before he went to his seat and sat down. For some reason, he felt extremely uneasy, as if something very bad was about to happen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4465, Exposed. A short while later, 5 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived one after another to sit on both sides of the hall. There were a total of 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League. After Wu Nian was killed, only 9 were left. It could be said that all the strongest masters in Prison League were gathered here at this moment. Huigu couldn't help feeling apprehensive. It was his first time seeing such a large-scale force ever since he first joined Prison League. There had never been a time when all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Prison League gathered together before. There was only one thing that could make Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch summon all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was obvious that Prison League was planning something very big. Thus, Huigu sat in his seat and observed the situation. He soon discovered that most of the people present did not know why the League Master had summoned them. Divine senses continuously fluctuated across the Grand Hall as everybody quietly communicated with each other. All of a sudden, somebody stood up and cupped his fist. "League Master, why did you summon us?" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch nodded at that person lightly and said, "Don't be impatient. You will find out soon. Since everybody is here, then follow me." He stood up while speaking and walked down from his seat. The rest did not dare to neglect and quickly followed suit. When they came outside, they saw a huge group of Prison League members gathered, numbering at least 100. Moreover, every one of these people was a Fourth Order Master or above. Everyone was waiting quietly in formation. "Greetings, League Master." As soon as Huang Quan appeared, they shouted at the top of their voices, seemingly shaking the sky as they roared. Huang Quan nodded lightly and waved his large hand. "Let's go." After a few moments, countless streams of light rose from Yellow Spring Cave and rushed towards a certain direction. At this moment, almost all of the Prison League's forces had been mobilized. Although some people remained behind, they were all below the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Their nest was practically empty. If any masters were to raid them at this moment, Yellow Spring Cave would be razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Huigu was becoming more and more nervous with every passing moment. That was because the Prison League was heading towards the place where Yang Kai was lying in ambush. Unless something unexpected happened, they would encounter each other in a matter of moments. Yang Kai might be powerful, but all the elites of the Prison League had been mobilized this time. From the League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, to the many Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below him, it was impossible for Yang Kai to stop this raging torrent, no matter how powerful he was. It was foreseeable that Yang Kai would suffer a tragic ending once both parties encountered each other. At present, Huigu's life was tied to Yang Kai's, so if something were to happen to the latter, he would also have a hard time protecting himself. "I need to get a message out." The thought flashed through Huigu's mind, but just as he was about to send a warning to Yang Kai, he noticed 2 people approaching him from left and right. He turned to the side, only to see the 2 Prison League Vice League Masters. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch drew close to him from both sides. When their gazes met, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch smiled at Huigu. On the other hand, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch lightly commented, "Brother Huigu, you seem rather nervous." Huigu forced a smile. "You must be joking, Vice League Master. I'm just worried about Yellow Spring Cave." What is League Master planning to do? All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have been mobilized. If any strong enemies were to invade the headquarters, the remaining members would be powerless to resist. Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch shook his head. "League Master knows what he is doing. Since he won't explain, then it is not our place to ask. We only need to obey his orders." Huigu was astonished. Even the Vice League Masters don't know what League Master is planning. Jin Gang said, "Why don't you go and ask Brother Huigu?" Huigu glanced at Huang Quan leading at the forefront and shook his head. "Forget it. Since League Master has a plan, it's useless to ask. Firm Gold, Heavenly Monarch chuckled and patted Huigu on the shoulders. Relax. Yellow Spring Cave might be our headquarters, but it's nothing special. It doesn't matter, even if it were destroyed. Besides, the prison star is vast. As long as we remain, we can rebuild again anywhere. You're right, Vice League Master. Huigu nodded. They did not continue the conversation. Whilst traveling with Huang Quan in the lead, Huigu tried multiple times to escape Jin Gang and Sangya. However, his efforts were in vain. Those two stuck to his sides like glue, and he felt his heart sinking into the abyss while the ominous feelings he had only grew stronger and stronger. In the mountain valley, where the ambush was set up, Yang Kai and the others waited for approximately an hour. Sure enough, a Prison League patrol consisting of a team of 12 passed through the mountain valley, right on schedule. It was perfectly in line with the information that Yang Kai received. Pei Wenxian and Inexai and Zhao were well prepared. So as soon as the 12-man team stepped into the ambush range, they were struck by a sneak attack. The leader of this patrol was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so how could they stand up against two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters? Yang Kai didn't even need to do anything, as the 12 men were quickly captured. Zhuang Wei excitedly rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. Ignoring the bitter pleading and vicious cursing of those 12 people, he killed each one of them with a stab of his sword. Numerous black lights flew out from the wrists of those Prison League members to plunge into the golden wristband around his wrist, lighting up 4 stars in an instant. He roared with laughter as the number of stars on his wrist had almost caught up with Yang Kai's before this ambush. Now he surpassed him. He turned around to cup his fist and bow to Exai and Zhao, and Pei Wenxian. Many thanks, senior brothers. Exai and Zhao smiled and nodded. Then he patted Zhuang Wei on the shoulder. Don't forget this senior brother when you marry into Yang Cave Heaven in the future. Zhuang Wei sincerely said, this junior brother will never forget the kindness you showed me today, senior brother. Yang Kai was watching coldly from the side when all of a sudden he turned his head to look in a certain direction. An exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. What's wrong? Pei Wenxian followed Yang Kai's gaze. Then his expression changed drastically. This is bad. Let's go. Along the horizon, a dense stream of lights was charging at them in an aggressive manner. The strongest great force on the prison star was undoubtedly Prison League. Furthermore, the only organization that could mobilize so many people at once was also the Prison League. Yang Kai felt a twinge of fear in his heart. He had long planned to kill Exai and Zhao and Pei Wenxian with a borrowed knife, and to that end, he had been trying to figure out an opportunity to expose their whereabouts so that Prison League members could get rid of these two on his behalf. Contrary to his expectations, though, Prison League took action before he could even implement his plan. How did Prison League learn of our whereabouts? Unless Huigu spilled the secret, but Huigu is restricted by the loyalty list. He wouldn't do something that would dig himself into the grave like this unless he was prepared to lose his life. In that case, there is only one possibility. Huigu's identity has been exposed. Prison League turned the tables on us. Yang Kai secretly sighed in amazement. Although this was somewhat different from what he originally planned, the end results weren't too dissimilar. Be that as it may, Prison League's League Master, Huang Quan, sure was cold and ruthless to use the lives of 12 people in a patrol as bait to lure them out. All sorts of thoughts rolled around in Yang Kai's head in an instant. Then he turned around and fled. To his surprise, though, 4 figures suddenly appeared ahead of him, each one a Sixth Order master. The person in the lead was dressed in a python robe, which gave him a menacing appearance. He lightly slapped his palm down over the crowd, saying, "Since you're already here, you should stay." The overwhelming power of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out as the other 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked in unison. Yin, Xian Zhao, and Pei Wenxian's expressions changed drastically. The four Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who appeared behind them displayed an extremely powerful and pure world force, so it was obvious that many years had passed since these four broke through to their current realm. Newly advanced cultivators like them were utterly incomparable, having advanced directly into the Sixth Order. Their starting point was generally higher than others, but even so, that advantage was not enough to make up for the difference formed from the accumulation of thousands of years. Hence, they were no match for any one of these four Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a one-on-one battle, much less if these four joined forces against them. The two of them desperately used their divine abilities to break out of the encirclement, but unsurprisingly, they were blocked by the people who came shwa, shwa, shwa. One after another, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. They had missed the only chance they had to escape. Numerous figures landed in all directions, surrounding Yang Kai and the others tightly. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian both looked furious while Zhuang Wei shivered in fear. On the other hand, Mo Sheng looked contemplative as he quietly watched from the side. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian swept their divine senses out before they felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. The people surrounding them were displaying their respective strengths without the slightest reservation, so it was easy to tell that there were 9 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Prison League gathered in this place. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators below the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm, but above the Fourth Order. Such a lineup could be said to be inescapable. Yang Kai, how dare you betray us? Yin Xian Zhao turned to glare at Yang Kai. In such a short time, countless possibilities had crossed his mind, and the most likely one was that Yang Kai had betrayed them. Yang Kai glared at Yin Xian Zhao coldly. Idiot! While it was true that he had this plan in mind, and had been making some quiet moves to accomplish it, the current situation was completely unrelated to him. The Prison League had dispatched so many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which went to show their determination. Even he was powerless against such a force. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to escape. It was just that he could not confirm whether Huigu's identity had been compromised or not. Otherwise, he would have escaped before this encirclement was formed. There were as many Prison League masters as there were clouds in the sky at the moment, and Yang Kai was certainly not their opponent, but even the Prison League could not hope to stop him if he wanted to flee. Yang Kai glanced surreptitiously at Huigu and immediately furrowed his brow at the sight. With his eyesight, how could he not realize that Huigu was being closely guarded by 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Huigu didn't have the slightest freedom at all. No wonder Huigu didn't even send a single message, even though the Prison League was carrying out such a large-scale operation. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. It looks like my guess is correct. Huigu's identity has been exposed. The current situation is all part of Prison League's retaliation. Prison League's Huang Quan greets little friends. The man in the phaeton, robe blocking the path from behind, gave a slight nod in greeting. So, it is Brother Huang Quan. I have long admired you. Yin Xian Zhao forced himself to remain calm on the surface, even though his heart was pounding. This guy is the Prison League's League Master. Huang Quan smiled. My reputation is nothing more than floating clouds. You are too polite, little friend. You have certainly come from afar, heavenly monarch. How can I help you? Yin Xian Zhao asked with a frown. They were currently stuck in a precarious situation where the slightest mishap could lead to their deaths. The criminals on the prison star were heinous and cruel after all, so they would not bat an eye at killing others. Yin Xian Zhao might be in the Sixth-Order Open Heaven realm and boast great strength, but a newly advanced Sixth-Order Master could barely make a ripple under the current circumstances. Little friends, you've killed so many people from my Prison League. As League Master, It's only natural that I give the people under me a suitable explanation. Huang Quan was cheerful and amicable, but the friendlier he appeared, the more terrifying he seemed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4466, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. In Exan, Zhao quickly asked, "What explanation are you looking for?" "Heavenly Monarch." Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Huang Quan smiled without saying anything. Pooh. A soft sound rang out suddenly, mixed with a muffled grunt. Huigu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground weakly without warning. A huge gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. Standing in front of him, one could clearly see the scenery on the other side through the hole in his body. In the sky, Jin Gang slowly retracted his bloody fist. Huigu lifted his head to look at Jin Gang with horror in his eyes. Many of the Prison League's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in an uproar and turned to look at firm gold Heavenly Monarch in confusion. They did not understand why the Vice League Master attacked one of their own out of the blue, much less severely injuring Huigu in a single attack. This is the consequence of colluding with the enemy and bringing harm to our comrades. Jin Gang coldly snorted, "Huigu, you're doomed. Nobody can save you today." Huigu clutched at his chest and tried to circulate his strength to stabilize his wounds. His complexion was pale, and he said nothing. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm protector, who generally had a good relationship with Huigu, asked in a deep voice, "Vice League Master, what is the meaning of this?" The sudden attack on Huigu made him very uneasy. After all, he too was one of the Prison League's protectors. If he did not get to the bottom of this matter, something like this might even befall him in the future. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch smiled and answered the question. "Don't panic. His actions are in line with this monarch's intentions. Huigu is a despicable and cunning man. He is a secret chess piece that these participants inserted into the Prison League." A blanket of silence fell over the scene. All the protectors looked at Huigu in disbelief. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm protector who spoke up earlier also looked absolutely shocked. Huigu gritted his teeth. "What do you mean, League Master? This we does not understand." "I cannot admit to anything here, or else I will really be killed." Huang Quan smiled. At first, this monarch was only slightly suspicious and could not be certain. After all, there were traces of your interference every time a patrol was dispatched. You might have concealed your tracks well, but there are no walls that are truly airtight. If this monarch failed to notice something as simple as this, then this monarch would not be worthy of being Prison League's League Master. Nevertheless, it was not until Wu Nian died, and you escaped alone, that this monarch truly became suspicious. In order to verify my conjecture, this monarch tested you again and again. At this point of his speech, his expression fell. He pointed at the severed limbs and scattered corpses around him. Apart from this monarch and the two Vice League Masters, you were the only other person who knew the whereabouts of the patrol that was dispatched today. Even so, they were intercepted at this spot within an hour of being sent out. If you weren't the one to tip off the enemy, then who else could it be? Huigu shook his head. "League Master, please understand, I have no knowledge of this matter." Jin Gang smiled deviously. "If it was not you, then are you implying that it was me or Tsang Yen?" Huigu, Huigu, you truly disappoint me. What benefits did these participants promise you to make you turn your back on your old friends of countless years? Nearby, In Exai and Zhao and Pei Wenxian exchanged a glance with each other. They initially thought that Yang Kai had sold them out, but based on the current situation, it would seem that the people from the Prison League had figured out Huigu's identity and used their plan against them. Be that as it may, the current situation was very worrying. They couldn't help being racked by anxiety. Huigu looked sorrowful as he slowly sneered. "One never lacks a reason to make false accusations. How dare you quibble with me?" Huang Quan's expression turned frosty. I initially thought that this would be a chance for you to redeem yourself for your crimes, but it would now seem that you're determined to make enemies of the Prison League. In that case, I will let you die with full understanding." He shouted with a wave of his hand, "Bring him!" Somebody immediately walked out from the side with a bloody figure in his grip. When Huigu looked in that direction, his eyes immediately widened in shock, and he blurted out, "By M.O." The bloody figure turned out to be his one and only subordinate whom he sent out on errands previously by M.O. At this moment, it was difficult to tell whether or not by M.O. was even still alive. He was disheveled and filthy, and it was easy to see that he had been greatly tormented. Strange tendrils of energy weaved in and out of his body like spirit snakes, and his vitality was extremely dim. Ever since the day by M.O. was sent on that initial errand, 3 other Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had received the message and brought their subordinates with them to the dense forest tree cave and became Yang Kai's achievement. Afterwards, the Prison League was formed, and Yang Kai finally came out of hiding when he ran out of fish to bait. During this time, Huigu had tried to ask around for information on Bai Mo, but his efforts had been fruitless. Only now did he learn that Bai Mo had fallen into the Huangquan's hands at some point. Seeming to hear Huigu's voice, the dying Bai Mo flinched. He raised his lowered head, revealing a face that was so swollen that he looked like he had been soaked in water for several years. It was a mess of rotten meat and turbid blood. A small gap suddenly opened in his swollen eyelids. Carefully looking in Huigu's direction for a while, he cried out in a miserable voice, "Master, Bai Mo is sorry." "What else do you have to say for yourself?" Huangquan stared at Huigu coldly. Huigu's complexion was ashen. He knew that it was useless to try and talk his way out of this. Bai Mo was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm after all. It was a pity that he fell into the hands of somebody like Yellow Spring, Heavenly Monarch. It was only natural that Huangquan had ways to make him divulge the truth, no matter how loyal he was. "It looks like you have nothing more to say." Huangquan coldly snorted and exerted some strength into his hand. Bai Mo exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. The reason why Huangquan went to so much trouble to prove that Huigu was colluding with the enemy was to pacify and reassure the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm protectors. Otherwise, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm protector could not be killed so easily. Huigu's eyes immediately widened at the sight. After dealing with Huigu, Huangquan finally turned to look at Enexa and Zhao, and the others. "Little friends, where are you from?" Enexa and Zhao gloomily said, "Xianyuan Cave Heaven." "And you must be a Myriad Demon's Heaven disciple." Huangquan turned to look at Pei Wenxian with a smile. The people from Myriad Demon's Heaven were the easiest to recognize. After all, the unique characteristics of Demon Chi were too obvious to miss. It was like walking around with a glaring billboard wherever they went. "What about you?" He looked towards Yang Kai. "Void Land," Yang Kai replied flippantly. However, his mind was focused on Huigu's situation, as he seemed to be in an abnormal state after Bai Mo was killed right in front of him. Huangquan frowned. "Perhaps I've become a bit ignorant and uninformed after all the years. I'm afraid I didn't know about the existence of a void paradise." "It's Void Land," Yang Kai reiterated. Huangquan seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. "So, that's how it is." He was secretly confused. Didn't they say that the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are all newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises? Why is this person from Voidland here? Too lazy to think too much into this matter, he gave a light wave of his hand and spat out a single but extremely chilling word: "Kill." Huigu, who had reached some kind of critical limit, suddenly attacked at the same time. Charging directly at the Huangquan, he let out a ferocious roar. "Huangquan, suffer death." Huang Quan looked over coldly but did not move. Jin Gang and Sanya attacked Hui Gu from both sides and sent him flying backward with just a single move. Hui Gu coughed up a mouthful of blood and stumbled weakly. He had been heavily injured by the Jin Gang earlier, so he was no match for the two Vice League masters at the moment. In the meantime, the world force in the surroundings fluctuated chaotically as the power of various secret techniques and artifacts loomed over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai, In Xi and Zhao, and Pei Wenxian roared furiously. They knew that they were in an extremely precarious situation. Thus, they did not dare to hesitate and quickly used various means to defend against the barrage of attacks. Hong, hong, hong. Following a series of explosions, the three of them were shaken badly, and their respective small universes were in turmoil. The difference in numbers was simply too great, so the outcome of this battle was determined before it even began. This place is too dangerous. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai made a feint and retreated backwards, leaving Enex and Zhao and Pei Wenxian to fight against the many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Prison League on their own. With a flicker, he rushed towards Hui Gu. He was fast, but surprisingly somebody else was even faster than him. Mo Sheng, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been following behind Pei Wenxian all this time, had already arrived next to Hui Gu at some point, grabbed his arm, and dragged the latter towards Yang Kai with all speed. The attacks from Jin Gang and Sanya that came from behind him caused him to cough up blood, and his demon chi to churn violently. Go! Mo Sheng roared at Yang Kai, who was rushing towards him. Yang Kai was dumbstruck, but still surged his space principles to wrap up Mo Sheng and Hui Gu, preparing to escape this place. Jin Gang was following closely behind, and his expression turned grim at the sight. HM? A space secret technique? Don't even think about escaping. Taking a deep breath, he let out a deep roar. An invisible sound wave spread out into the surroundings, causing the local space to shatter like a broken mirror. The figures of Yang Kai and the others that had been fading away abruptly solidified once more. His instantaneous movement had been interrupted. Sanya and Huang Quan quickly swooped in from both sides when they saw this complication. The world forces of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, like two separate worlds, were barreling in this direction. Break! Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. As soon as the spear thrust out, a golden dragon head flashed behind him, and a dragon roar shook the skies. The Azure Dragon Spear in his hands suddenly transformed into a 1,500-meter-long great dragon that shook its head and flicked its tail as it charged forward recklessly. A gap suddenly appeared in the oppressive auras of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai activated space principles once more and fled through the gap with a flash as the sounds of explosions and attacks rang out endlessly from behind him. In addition, the rampaging world force threatened to shatter the void once more. By the time Jin Gang broke through the explosions and rushed over, Yang Kai along with Hui Gu and Mo Sheng were nowhere to be seen. Space secret techniques. Huang Quan scowled deeply and spread out his divine sense into the surroundings. However, Yang Kai was long gone without a trace. He sure escaped quickly. Likewise, Jin Gang looked furious. He had interrupted Yang Kai's space secret technique as soon as he noticed that something was not right, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It was said that people who were proficient in the Tao of space were unparalleled when it came to escaping, and judging from the current situation, those rumors were not unfounded. We were too careless. Sanya sighed. If they had known that there was somebody proficient in the Tao of space, they would have created a heaven-sealing earth locking array or formation at the beginning, so that the other party could not escape. It's fine. Huang Quan slowly shook his head. It's not like we don't have any gains. He looked back at the battlefield where 3 disciples from 2 cave heavens were trapped. Although two of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they were both newly promoted, so their heritage was a far cry compared to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters in Prison League. Moreover, there was a huge disparity in numbers, so it was only a matter of time before those three died. On the battlefield, both Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian were red with rage. Their figures swayed unsteadily, seeming to be at risk of dying at any moment. As core disciples of Cave Heavens, they had various items in their possession to protect themselves. Nevertheless, the continuous use of these items was merely a futile dying struggle that delayed the time of their deaths. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4467. It's really you. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yin Xi and Zhao roared inwardly. He originally wanted to make use of Yang Kai's spy in the Prison League to easily obtain the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Who could have known that he would be besieged by the enemy in this place instead? It would seem that he was doomed to die today. Chi. A soft sound suddenly came from behind him. He quickly turned to look back before a look of extreme panic appeared on his face. Not far away, the Prison League's league master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Huang Quan, was holding a sharp longsword in his hand. The longsword had pierced right through Zhuang Wei's heart. Following a violent burst of world force, the impact turned Zhuang Wei's body into a bloody mess with all his internal organs destroyed. Senior brother Yin, save me. Zhuang Wei stuttered, spewing fragments of his organs out of his mouth as his vitality swiftly dissipated. Huang Quan withdrew his sword, and with the flash of a sword light, Zhuang Wei's head flew into the sky, and blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Dazzling golden light flew out of the golden wristband around Zhuang Wei's wrist, and plunged into Huang Quan's wrist. The black band around Huang Quan's wrist was originally empty, but now dozens of stars instantly lit up after the golden light poured into his wrist. All of Zhuang Wei's achievements during this period had been transferred over to him, flicking off the blood on his long sword. Huang Quan smiled lightly and asked, "How would you like to die, little friends?" Both Yin Xi and Zhao and Pei Wenxian felt chills running down their bodies upon hearing those words. Pooh! Yang Kai coughed up fresh blood and stumbled to the ground weakly. Although he had managed to break through the void and escape at the last moment, the attacks from numerous Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had followed him across space. Even if his flesh and skin were tough, he was still hit so badly that he coughed up blood continuously. Similarly, Mo Sheng collapsed headfirst to the ground next to him, his aura fluctuating unsteadily. Hui Gu, whom he had been carrying this while, rolled out of his arms and lay to the side motionlessly. Hui Gu's aura might be weak, but he was not dead. He was the most severely wounded among them all. However, the vitality of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was so strong that he would not die so quickly. Wu Kuang, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the guy named Mo Sheng in front of him, who, Mo Sheng grinned and sat cross-legged on the ground, surging his strength to heal his wounds. "You still want to pretend?" Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. He would not have dared to confirm that this person in front of him was Wu Kuang if the other party's actions had not exposed him at the last moment, be it in terms of appearance or even aura. This person was completely different from the Wu Kuang in his memories. Nevertheless, only people who were very familiar with Yang Kai would have known that his mastery over the Tao of space was their only hope of escape in that dire situation. Without question or hesitation, this Mo Sheng immediately dragged Hui Gu over to Yang Kai, so it was obvious that he wanted Yang Kai to bring him along. He would never have done that if he were an actual Fifth Order Open Heaven realm cultivator from Myriad Demons Heaven. After all, the only person a real Myriad Demons Heaven disciple could rely on at that time would have been Pei Wenxian. "Do you dare to deny it?" Yang Kai pointed his spear at the other party. "Do you believe I won't stab you to death with my spear?" Mo Shun calmly stared at Yong Kai for a while before he reached out, pushed the Azure Dragon's spear away, and chuckled lightly. If you're so sure, then why do you keep trying to sound me out with your words? Yong Kai was stunned. So, it really is you? Although he was quite sure that the person in front of him was Wu Kuang, he still couldn't help feeling incredulous when the other party personally confirmed the fact. After all, the perception of his divine sense indicated that this person did not contain the slightest bit of Wu Kuang's aura. I guess it's true that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Yong Kai clicked his tongue. It takes one to know one. You're not much better yourself, Wu Kuang sneered softly. The two of them looked at each other for a moment before they broke out into laughter, only for Wu Kuang to suddenly stop laughing and comment, "All right, enough. If you laugh any longer, this guy is going to die." Yong Kai slapped his forehead lightly in response. Hurrying over to Huigu, he examined the latter's wounds and furrowed his brow tightly. Huigu was badly injured. He might not be in danger of dying at the moment, but he would die tragically if his injuries were left untreated much longer. Yong Kai quickly took out some healing pills and stuffed them into Huigu's mouth. Afterwards, he summoned his towering evergreen divine manifestation. An ancient tree immediately appeared behind his back, its branches hanging low as wisps of green light filled with vitality flitted about its leaves. After advancing into the sixth order open heaven realm, Yong Kai's control over this wood element divine manifestation became more and more effortless. The ancient tree behind him was not that large, only big enough to cover the three of them, making it more convenient for them to heal from their wounds. Wu Kuang opened his eyes and took a look, but didn't pay any more attention to the phenomenon a moment later. However, Yong Kai soon noticed something strange. Judging by the power leaking out from Wu Kuang's body, he was not a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but a sixth-order one. Yong Kai was absolutely dumbfounded. It was not Wu Kuang's advancement into the sixth-order open heaven realm that was shocking to him, of course, as Wu Kuang was supremely talented, and many years had passed since he left the star boundary. Furthermore, Wu Kuang entered one of the top great forces like myriad demons' heaven. What was shocking was how he managed to conceal his cultivation. Prior to this, Yong Kai had clearly sensed that the fluctuations from Wu Kuang's attacks were only in the fifth order. Not to mention that myriad demons' heaven had allowed him to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, which could only mean that he was nothing more than a fifth-order open heaven realm master in the eyes of the myriad demons' heaven elders. Hence, he was a dispensable pawn. Wu Kuang must have an extremely top-notch method or artifact. Otherwise, he would have been exposed a long time ago. An incense stick later, Yong Kai stood up after helping to stabilize Huigu's injuries. "Help me watch him. I'm going to get Lu Jing." Huigu's identity had been exposed, so their previous hiding place was no longer safe. If the Prison League headed towards their hiding place, Lu Jing would be in danger. A sixth-order Yang element treasure was at stake, so Yong Kai could not simply ignore Lu Jing. Wu Kuang opened his eyes to look at Yong Kai, but did not speak. Seeing as he did not say a word, that could only mean he had no objections. Yong Kai left in a flash, taking less than an hour to arrive at their previous hiding place. After confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, he carefully brought Lu Jing out and returned to their new hiding place. Lu Jing was startled to see Huigu with such a weak aura and covered in blood. On the other hand, Wu Kuang was nowhere to be seen. All he left behind was a single jade slip. Yong Kai picked up the jade slip and checked the contents. The contents immediately set his teeth itching with hatred. He initially hoped to inquire about the mystery behind Wu Kuang's hidden cultivation after he brought Lu Jing over, but how could he have known that Wu Kuang would flee in advance? He had the vague feeling that Wu Kuang did not want to expose the relationship between them in front of others. With no other choice, he could only give up on his intentions. In any case, he now knew that Wu Kuang was in myriad demons' heaven, so it would not be too late to search for another opportunity to contact him in the future. A couple 100,000 kilometers away, a black cloud churned violently and landed among a small group of 6 to reveal Wu Kuang's figure. The 6-man team consisted of 2 fifth-order and 4 fourth-order masters. They couldn't help feeling shocked when they noticed somebody blocking their path. Then they took a good look at the other party. The person blocking their path was drenched in blood and had a very pale complexion. It was obvious to see that he was badly injured. Therefore, they simply looked at each other in confusion. The fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead cupped his fist in greeting. So it is a senior brother from Myriad Demons Heaven. Dare I ask how we may help you, senior brother? Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from the demon chi cloud earlier, this person was most likely in the fifth-order Open Heaven realm. That was why this team of participants were not too apprehensive despite recognizing Wu Kuang as a member of Myriad Demons Heaven. They had 2 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, after all. Wu Kuang greedily swept his gaze over the 6 people and chuckled softly. I've been restrained for so long. I'm finally free now. What did you say, senior brother? The leading fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master scowled deeply. The stare Wu Kuang gave him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like being stared at by a starving beast which had found a mouth-watering meal. The end of life is just the beginning of reincarnation, and death is not the only ending. Senior brother? The leading fifth-order Open Heaven frowned even more, shooting a warning look at his companions as he spoke. Instead of struggling and suffering in the midst of all living beings, it is better to die and be liberated. All 6 people were speechless and gazed at Wu Kuang strangely. Is this guy insane? What is he muttering to himself? You are very lucky to have met this king. Now, become one with me. I will grant you immortality. Wu Kuang opened his arms and the demon cloud behind his back transformed into a black screen that covered the sky. The world fell silent. A short while later, the demon cloud began to converge again to reveal Wu Kuang's figure, while the 6 people from before were gone. He licked his lips, a hint of color appearing in his pale complexion. Turning around, he looked in another direction before his body transformed into a black cloud once more and vanished into the distance. Inside the new hiding place, Huigu slowly woke up. He couldn't help coughing slightly. As his chaotic thoughts slowly cleared up, he recalled everything that transpired earlier. He looked up to see Yang Kai sitting beside him and looking at him in concern. Sir, he struggled to get out of bed. Yang Kai pressed him down again. Your injuries are very serious. Focus on recovering. Don't move about recklessly for the time being. Many thanks, sir. Huigu coughed a few more times before he continued with a look of regret. Sir, please forgive me. I failed to carry out my duties properly. Yang Kai shook his head. That Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch is not a simple man. This is not your fault. It's a pity about what happened to Bai Mo. Bai Mo, Huigu's expression was heavy. He spoke through gritted teeth. I will personally avenge Bai Mo's death one day. Yang Kai nodded. It's good if you can think that way. This place is relatively safe for the time being, so you can rest and recuperate here. I need to go out for a bit. After saying that, he stood up and patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. Help me take care of Huigu. I'll be back soon. Lu Jing nodded. He knew that a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had no role to play on the prison star. Thus, he would only become a burden if he followed Yang Kai around. At present, his only wish was to leave the prison star alive. A few hours later, Yang Kai returned to the mountain valley, where he had been ambushed before. Several days might have passed, but the traces of the battle in this place remained clearly visible. There was a lot of blood on the ground, but not a single corpse. Judging by the situation from before where they were surrounded on all sides, it would have been impossible for Yin, Exai, and Zhao, and Pei Wenxian to escape death. Even Yang Kai could only hope to escape under those circumstances, so what need be said about others? Yang Kai was overjoyed. Both Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian held deep grudges against him, so his greatest wish in this place was for them to die at the hands of the Prison League. The process might have been a little different from what he initially planned, but the results were the same. It could be said that he had successfully carried out a murder with a borrowed knife. In addition, Zhuang Wei, who had obtained more stars than himself earlier, was dead with his current achievement. It was obvious that none of the Tao Theory Assembly participants could compare with him. As long as he could hold on to his achievements, it should not be a problem for him to win first place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4468, This Old Master Fears No Man. Inside the palace outside the prison star was an enormous sand table which displayed the landscape of the entire universe world. Moreover, there were many golden and black lights moving about. Each golden light represented one of the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly, while each black light represented one of the criminals on the prison star. Furthermore, the brightness of these golden and black lights varied slightly depending on their respective cultivation. The brightest lights among the golden and black lights were undoubtedly the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on both sides. There were not many of them, only 20 to 30 in total. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Elders of the various cave heavens and paradises who brought their disciples here did not remain idle. They took turns to stay around the sand table to monitor the progress of the assembly. Half a year had gone by, and the Tao Theory Assembly was moving along smoothly. They occasionally observed numerous golden and black lights vanishing from the sand table, which represented the deaths of the participating cultivators or criminals. However, what interested most of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was one of the golden lights. Judging by the brightness of the light, that person was undoubtedly in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. He had joined up with one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals on the prison star from the beginning of the Tao Theory Assembly and had been almost inseparable, since killing countless people together. It was not until the establishment of the Prison League that these two finally went their separate ways. The black light that represented the criminal had joined the Prison League. Meanwhile, the golden light did not settle down for long before he joined another group of 4 participants. Nobody knew the exact identity of those 4, but it was certain that these 4 were disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. That was because 2 of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Although there was no way to see what was actually happening on the prison star, all of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters monitoring the sand table were experienced veterans, so how could they not have some guesses after seeing the current situation? The biggest possibility was that one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals on the prison star had been incited to defect and became an agent for one of the participants. With the help of the spy, that participant repeatedly attacked and successfully killed a number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminals to obtain an amazing number of achievements. While the elders looked approving, they also couldn't help being curious as to which cave heaven or paradise this person belonged to. Such methods and skills would really make his sect proud. It had to be said that it was not an easy feat to incite a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm criminal to defect. What kind of benefits were promised to make an enemy turn into an ally? During their discussion, some of them even went to ask Su Linggong about this matter. The sand table was created by Yin Yang Cave Heaven after all, so just because the others did not know who the lights represented did not mean that Su Linggong did not. Unexpectedly, the old ghost claimed that he did not know the situation on the prison star either. Everybody had no choice but to wait patiently. After all, everything would eventually become clear when the Tao Theory Assembly ended. On this day, however, the elders gathered around the sand table were arguing fiercely in front of Su Linggong. This couldn't be helped, as the little ones working together had accidentally fallen into Prison League's trap. As a result, a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed on the spot. Although 2 had managed to escape, the remaining 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to have been captured alive. There was a high possibility that they would die if they were not rescued soon. The Prison League had deployed 9 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this ambush, so the little ones were practically powerless to resist. More importantly, none of the elders knew which sect those 2 captured sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to. What if they belonged to their own sect? Disciples who directly broke through to the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were geniuses that only appeared once every 1,000 years, even for a cave heaven or paradise, and would eventually become future pillars of their respective great forces. They could not be allowed to die during this Tao Theory assembly. For that reason, the elders of the dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined together to pressure Su Lingong to open the prison star Grand Array so that they could rescue their disciples. When Su Lingong completely ignored their demands, the scene became a huge chaotic mess as a huge battle threatened to break out among them. Su Lingong, are you going to open the prison star Grand Array or not? Duan Rui Shan of Clear Mind Heaven glared at Su Lingong with a vicious expression. The Tao Theory assembly lasts for 1 year. Nobody can intervene until it ends. Su Lingong looked at Duan Rui Shan coldly. Brother Su, we understand that you are in a difficult position, but there has been such a huge change in the Tao Theory assembly. You have to be accommodating. All the most elite core disciples of our sects are inside. What if something goes wrong? Lu Jinyang of Azure Nether Paradise tried to be understanding. That is their fate. Su Lingong coldly snorted before the Tao Theory assembly began. This monarch warned that this assembly was a matter of life and death. The participants had to bear the consequences themselves, since they chose to participate in this event. Then they should have prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Brother Su, the prison star Grand Array might be excellent, but it cannot stop so many of us. Zhubu Kun of Azure Heaven looked at Su Lingong. Su Lingong turned to look in his direction and coldly snorted. Are you trying to threaten me? This old master fears no man. If you plan to marry this Su Lingong's disciple, then you have to bring out the best of your abilities. If they die during the Tao Theory assembly, then that means they are not qualified enough. Let's see who dares to break through the prison star Grand Array. If any of you dare to interfere in the Tao Theory assembly, then don't blame this old master for opposing you. Brother Su, are you really going to be so unaccommodating? I dare you to come. He snarled back, send a message to the ancestor. Tell him that our guests are looking to cause trouble in the Tao Theory assembly. This old master alone is not their opponent, so he must beseech the ancestor to come forward and preside over the situation. Also, activate the prison star Grand Array's defenses to their limit and place disciples to stand guard outside it. Anybody who dares to invade is to be killed without mercy. This disciple obeys. Behind him, Suing Shui and Qin Kuei cupped their fists before they turned around and rushed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. All the elders of the major cave heavens and paradises went pale. Ancestors and supreme elders of cave heavens were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were more than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, but they might not be an ancestor's opponent even if they all worked together. Old Su, why disturb the ancestor over such a trivial matter? Somebody stood forward to try and smooth things over. Su Lingong stubbornly refused to back down. You force my hand. That person sighed and shook his head. You won't have any friends if you act like this. Friends? Su Lingong sneered coldly and swept his gaze over the crowd. If you thought of this old master as a friend, then you wouldn't have tried so hard to marry those incompetent wastes of yours to this old master's disciple. Aren't you the ones who didn't give this old master any face at all? He smashed his fist into the sand table while speaking. There was a loud crash. Then the sand table cracked into pieces. Get out! Their lives are in the hands of fate, regardless of whose disciples die inside. You will simply have to accept the losses. The Tao Theory Assembly is for this old master to choose a husband for his disciple, not for your incompetent disciples to play house. Su Wing Shui and Qin Kuei headed into the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven, while Qin Kuei scratched his head and asked, "Are we really going to inform the ancestor?" "Are you stupid?" Su Yingshui rolled her eyes at him. "Honored master didn't mean those words. Did you really take them for the truth?" "Then what are we?" She explained, "We don't need to inform the ancestor, but we do need to drag out the disciples remaining in the sect to put on a show. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing for Honored Master after everything he said." Qin Kuei showed a look of understanding. A short while later, many Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples flew over and surrounded the prison star. The elders felt their facial muscles twitching at the sight, but nobody clamored to enter the prison star to check on the situation again. None of them knew whether one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders was watching from the shadows, so they were afraid of causing big trouble if they forced their way into the prison star. Inside the prison star, Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills in his new hiding place leisurely, while Huigu was still recovering from his injuries. The Tao Theory Assembly now only had 3 or 4 months left until it ended, and Yang Kai had accumulated more than enough achievements by now, so he was no longer eager to act. Besides, he was not too worried that somebody might overtake his achievements. With the establishment of Prison League, all the criminals on the prison star were now huddling together to keep warm. The others would have a hard time killing many criminals even if they wanted to. It could be said that it was very unlikely for anybody to surpass his achievements. The days slipped by just like that, and regardless of the situation outside, the place where Yang Kai and the 2 others were hiding was very peaceful. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. Then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. 300 kilometers away, Yang Kai reappeared in the middle of the sky where a stream of light was rushing straight at him. The stream of light seemed startled to see someone blocking their way all of a sudden. Following that, the wooden sword in the other party's hand danced lightly to form a mysterious pattern in the air before slashing down at him. The pattern contained a peculiar energy that was as gentle as the wind, belying its shockingly destructive force it contained. Yang Kai dodged the attack lightly and shouted, as expected, "It's senior brother Ning." For a moment, I thought I perceived wrongly. The stream of light charging towards Yang Kai paused for a moment before the brightness dissipated to reveal a figure. It was Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise. "Junior brother Yang." Ning Dao Ran looked astonished. He spun the wooden sword in his hand to hold his sword behind his back before he exhaled deeply in relief. "I thought the people from the Prison League caught up to me." "Are you injured, senior brother Ning?" Yang Kai glanced at Ning Dao Ran's chest where there was a patch of blood that was still wet. Ning Dao Ran's expression changed drastically. "Junior brother Yang, we need to go. I have pursuers behind me." "Come." Yang Kai rushed over to grab Ning Dao Ran. Manipulating space principles, he returned to his hiding place with a flicker of his figure. At the same time, his divine sense surged to isolate the auras inside. A short while later, the sound of people flying through the air passed over their heads and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hiding place, Ning Dao Ran breathed a sigh of relief and glanced suspiciously at Huigu, who was sitting nearby. This is Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. The Heavenly Monarch has repented for his mistakes and turned over a new leaf. He has helped me greatly during this time." Ning Dao Ran nodded. Every man has his faults, but the ability to repent for one's mistakes is admirable. Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise greets you. Senior brother, Hui Gu. Hui Gu returned the greeting. You are too polite, junior brother Ning. Lu Jing also came over to introduce himself. He might be the young league master of the Gathering Yuan Union, but there was a huge gap between his status and the status of somebody like Ning Dao Ran. Hence, he wanted to use this opportunity to become acquainted. Who could say whether this connection might come in handy in the future? Senior brother Ning, who injured you? Yang Kai asked in concern. Ning Dao Ran gave a bitter laugh. Have you heard of the Prison League? Yang Kai and Hui Gu exchanged a wry glance with each other, as Prison League could not be more familiar to them. Ning Dao Ran explained, there is a man known as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch on the Prison Star who established the Prison League and recruited all the surviving criminals under his banner. He presently has 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command, which gives him an advantage in numbers. They are currently actively eliminating the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly. I accidentally exposed my whereabouts, so... Marshall Peak, Chapter 4469. Rejection? Yang Kai understood the situation. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly this time around had broken through to that realm within the last 100 years. It had only been a few years since Ning Dao Ran himself advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, so how could he be a match for the veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League? Injuries were inevitable if he were to encounter them. The Prison League has become very powerful under the leadership of its League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. He has 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command and hundreds of criminals moving in unity. There is no place for participating cultivators like us wherever we go. Ning Dao Ran shook his head with a sigh. Before participating in the Tao Theory Assembly, nobody could have expected a situation like this to take place on the Prison Star. With 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and hundreds of criminals moving as one in Prison League, the participating cultivators stood no chance at all. Death was the only fate waiting for the participating cultivators following an encounter with the Prison League. Prison League is acting so overbearing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by Huang Quan's boldness. When the Prison League was first established, they had fortified themselves in Yellow Spring Cave in an effort to huddle together to stay warm, but now they had decided to come out with a bang. How could the participating cultivators resist them under these circumstances? It would not take long before the participating cultivators were wiped out completely. Ning Dao Ran had accidentally exposed his whereabouts and was pursued by several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as a result. Thankfully, he was one of the core disciples of Free and Unfettered Paradise, so he had many artifacts to protect himself and help him escape. Otherwise, he could not have survived long enough for him to meet Yang Kai. Now that the Prison Star criminals have rallied together, the participating cultivators have also done the same. If we don't join forces, we will be completely powerless to resist and survive for the remaining 3 months of the Tao Theory Assembly. Ning Dao Ran smiled wryly and continued, I have received news that Lin Feng and several other fellow brothers have gathered together and are preparing to deal with the Prison League. Junior Brother Yang, why don't you come with me? The greater our numbers, the greater our strength. Yang Kai frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he slowly shook his head. No, Before he could finish his sentence, though, a violent force suddenly came from above. There was a series of rumblings as the ground cracked open, and their hiding place collapsed around them. A cold sneer rang out. Let's see how much longer you can continue hiding. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Amidst the falling dirt, several figures rose into the sky. Yang Kai carried Lu Jing, while Hui Gu and Ning Dao Ran stood beside him. Looking around, his expression changed slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the people of the Prison League had surrounded this place at some point. There were 8 figures around them, forming a tight encirclement. Yang Kai's expression turned grim, as it was only at this moment that he realized that Ning Dao Ran's whereabouts had long been exposed. Flying past their head earlier was only to buy some time and numb Ning Dao Ran's sense of danger. Judging by the current situation, it was just as Ning Dao Ran had mentioned earlier. The Prison League was moving in unity. Otherwise, it was impossible for 8 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League to appear in this place all at once. "It's you?" Firm gold Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. On the other hand, Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch Tsang Yen shouted, "This is bad. Quickly form a heaven-sealing, earth-locking formation." They never imagined that Yang Kai would appear here. They assumed that Ning Dao Ran had been alone, but it was too late to set up a formation by the time they realized their mistake. Before they could complete the formation, Yang Kai had already urged his space principles to wrap around Ning Dao Ran, Hui Gu, and Lu Jing and vanish out of sight. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch reached out and grabbed at them only to come up empty-handed, causing him to gnash his teeth furiously. Damn that brat! If not for Yang Kai, Ning Dao Ran would never have escaped. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch formed a set of hand seals before turning to look in a certain direction and shouting, "Give chase." His figure shifted, and he took the lead, with the 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly following behind. Several hundred kilometers away, 4 figures emerged from the void, and Yang Kai began examining Ning Dao Ran carefully, puzzling the latter. "Senior Brother Ning, check your body carefully to see if there is anything unusual," Yang Kai reminded the other party. He believed that his concealment earlier had been perfect, so there was no reason for their whereabouts to be discovered so easily. Ning Dao Ran's expression changed. How could he not know what Yang Kai meant? Thus, he quickly surged his divine sense to carefully examine every part of his body. A short while later, his expression changed slightly. "There's a strange mark on my body." If not for Yang Kai, he would not have made such a careful search of his body, nor would he have found this mark on his body. "Can you remove it?" Yang Kai asked. "I'll try." Ning Dao Ran nodded solemnly and focused on controlling his power in an attempt to disperse the mark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued to wrap his power around the other 3 and escaped into the distance. The 8 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hurriedly gave chase, but not long after, Huang Quan, who had been leading them, stopped in his tracks with a furious expression. The 7 people behind him looked in his direction. Huang Quan grunted, "The soul-tracing mark is gone. They must have found it. What a pity! All our efforts were all in vain." Jean Gang sighed, as he couldn't help cursing the little brat who was proficient in the Tao of space under his breath. That boy had ruined Prison League's plans twice now. "It's fine. We might have failed this time, but we will have other opportunities in the future." Surprisingly, Huang Quan was rather optimistic about the situation. He gently gave a flick of his sleeves and turned around to head back. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai, Ning Dao Ran, and the others flew forward as swiftly as the wind. Ning Dao Ran said, "It's best if you can rethink your decision, junior brother." Many changes have taken place on the Prison Star recently. I'm afraid the elders never expected this to occur during the Tao Theory Assembly. All we can do is work together and support each other until this is all over, so that we can escape this place safely. After experiencing the incident just now, Yang Kai decided to follow Ning Dao Ran to find Lin Feng and others. Just as Ning Dao Ran mentioned, the Prison League was so powerful that nobody could fight back against them alone. The participating cultivators had to follow their example and huddle together to stay warm. Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, so he could escape even if he could not win. However, he also had to take care of Lu Jing. He was not sure if he could protect the latter if they fell into critical danger. They traveled for 2 whole days before Ning Dao Ran landed on a barren mountain. He checked the surrounding topography and confirmed his position before he took out an incense and lit it. After a short while, a figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed directly in front of them. He glanced around at Yang Kai and the others, only frowning slightly before he turned to Ning Dao Ran and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Brother Ning." Ning Dao Ran nodded. "Did Brother Lin send you here?" "That's right. Senior Brother asked me to pick you up." "Lead the way." Ning Dao Ran nodded lightly. That person glanced at Yang Kai and the others again. Although he found their presence strange, he did not say anything and led the way without hesitation. It didn't take long before they entered a cave in the belly of a mountain. The cave was extremely dry, and there was no strange smell in the air. Moreover, the surrounding cave walls were decorated with strange stones that emitted fluorescent light and illuminated the passage of the cave. They followed the man as he took several twists and turns inside the cave. There was no saying how many kilometers they walked before their vision suddenly brightened in front of them, and a large karst cave came into view. At least 100 people were gathered in this place. In addition, there was a group of 9 people standing side by side at the forefront. They were clearly waiting for Ning Dao Ran's arrival. The leader of the group was Lin Feng. Senior Brother Ning is here," said the cultivator who led the way earlier. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to look behind Ning Dao Ran. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Kai." Ning Dao Ran said, "I met Junior Brother Yang on the way and invited him to come here with me." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Your reaction seems to say that I'm not very welcome here, Brother Lin." Lin Feng coldly snorted, "You're already here. Are you going to leave even if I don't welcome you?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since I'm already here, of course I won't leave." Gu Pan nodded at him lightly from beside Lin Feng. On the other hand, the others were unfamiliar faces to Yang Kai. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to, but that was no surprise since he had never encountered them before. The others were also looking at him curiously. Many of them appeared unhappy, but this couldn't be helped. The reason for their participation in the Tao Theory Assembly was that Yang Kai had muddied the waters in the first place. They only followed their respective masters on this trip to see the world and increase their experience. They were only forced to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly when a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, like Yang Kai, suddenly appeared. As a result, things turned sour for them. At this point of the Tao Theory Assembly, the Prison League was running rampant and forcing all of them into hiding. It was a miserable situation, but fortunately, they had gathered a large force now. There were 7 or 8 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, though it would still be difficult for them to compete with the veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Prison League. It would be more strange for them to look friendly upon seeing the main culprit behind the entire situation at this moment. Inside the dim cave, the densely packed stars on Yang Kai's wrist twinkled brightly, making them very eye-catching. A group of people stared at his wrist with a mixture of shock and astonishment. The best among them only had 30 or 40 stars at most, which was only half of what Yang Kai had accumulated. Unfortunately, it was difficult to hunt another lone criminal under the current circumstances. In other words, the total achievements that they accumulated so far would basically determine their final rankings in the Tao Theory Assembly. Several people looked at each other with a shocked look in their eyes. One of the slender youths seemed to mull over something for a while before he stepped forward and asked, "Brother Lin, are you acquainted with Brother Yang?" Lin Feng responded with a look of disgust. "We've met before." That person nodded. "So that's how it is." Then he turned to look at Huigu, who was standing behind Yang Kai. "And what is with him? If my guess is correct, he is one of the Prison Star's criminals, right? Why is he here?" The black ring around Huigu's wrist was completely different from the golden one the other cultivators wore. Ning Dao Ran explained This is Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. He has pledged his loyalty to junior brother Yang. There's no need to concern yourselves over him." That person frowned. That being said, there's always a chance. Every single criminal on the prison star is heinous and sly. We must always be on our guard. Brother Zhao is right. This is our hiding place. It would not benefit anybody if the news leaks out and attracts the prison league. You are welcome to join us, Brother Ning, but Brother Yang and Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch. Another person slowly shook his head. The meaning behind his words was as clear as could be. Huigu lowered his eyes and said, "Huang Quan killed my only loyal subordinate. This monarch cannot live under the same sky as him. Also, this monarch previously snuck into the prison league under Sir Yang's orders, but my actions were later exposed. So this monarch is nothing but a traitor in the eyes of the prison league." Zhao Xing shook his head slowly. "Are we supposed to take your word for it? Brother Lin, the stakes are very high. It's better not to accept these two into our midst, lest they cause trouble for us. It will be too late for regrets by then." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4470, In for a Copper, In for a Gold. Ning Dao Rant's expression darkened, and he stepped forward and said, "Aren't you making too much out of a small matter? I believe in Brother Yang's character. If not for Brother Yang's help, this Ning would have died at the hands of the prison league. I would not be alive to stand here today." Zhao Xing shook his head. "Brother Ning, it's not that I'm trying to make trouble. It's just better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. What do you think, Brother Lin?" Zhao Xing turned to look at Lin Feng, clearly trying to force Lin Feng into taking a side. After all, Lin Feng was a huge factor behind the reason why everybody was gathered in this place. He had the most say in the organization formed against the prison league. Lin Feng quietly said, "Yang Kai and I share a life and death friendship." Zhao Xing and the others were stunned by Lin Feng's answer. After seeing the uncongenial interaction between Lin Feng and Yang Kai earlier, they mistakenly assumed that there was some animosity between those two. Who could have expected this answer from Lin Feng? Although it was not a direct answer, Lin Feng's meaning was obvious enough. He trusted Yang Kai, unable to imagine what kind of experience those two had gone through together. Their expressions were rather ugly. "All right then, let's vote on whether Brother Yang and Gray Bones, Heavenly Monarch, should remain. There are hundreds of our comrades standing behind me after all. This is related to everybody's safety. This is no small matter, so they should also have the right to express their opinions," Zhao Xing suggested. "No need." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I only came here to escort Brother Ning to this place. Since I've brought him here, I'll be taking my leave now." Cupping his fists slightly, he turned around and walked out. Since the people here did not welcome him, then there was no point in staying. The prison league might be powerful, but he had nothing to worry about thanks to his space secret techniques. Huigu and Lu Jing naturally immediately followed. Ning Dao Ran sighed. "Why do so many people in the world only care about profits and try to cheat each other?" After saying that, he cupped his fist at Lin Feng and turned around to leave. Before Zhao Xing and the others had time to reveal their shock, a petite figure slipped past them. It turned out that Gu Pan had run forward. She didn't take many steps before she turned back to look at Lin Feng. "What about you, Senior Brother Lin?" "You go first." Lin Feng nodded lightly. Gu Pan understood and rushed out without another word. "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Xing and the others coldly. "What do you mean?" The expressions of Zhao Xing and the others were extremely ugly. They only wanted to chase Yang Kai and Huigu away. How could they have known that Ning Daoran and Gu Pan would leave with Yang Kai? Do those two have such a good relationship with Yang Kai? Lin Feng coldly snorted. "You're on your own. This Lin is leaving too." After saying that, he strode out with his hands behind his back. Zhao Xing inquired, "Brother Lin, where are you going?" However, there was no response. Yang Kai led Hui Gu and Lu Jing back the way they came, and it only took a short while for them to arrive on the surface. Yang Kai was just getting his bearings when he heard Ning Dao Ran shouting from behind him, "Brother Yang, wait for me!" He turned to look behind him in surprise. "Brother Ning, you—" Ning Dao Ran smiled. "The values of those short-sighted people are not in line with my own." He looked behind him and added, "I'm not the only one." Gu Pan came out from behind and nodded lightly at the two of them. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling, but before he could say a word to her, he saw Lin Feng appearing behind her. "What's with that look?" Lin Feng glared at Yang Kai scornfully. "Did you think this Lin is an ungrateful person?" Yang Kai restrained the look of surprise in his eyes and laughed softly. "This is great. Other than senior sister Chu and brother Su, we've all gathered together again." Lin Feng replied lightly, "In any case, we're leaving it all to you. For the next 3 months, if we encounter anybody from the Prison League, you're responsible for our escape." The others might not know about Yang Kai's methods, but they knew his abilities very well. Back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had escaped the pursuit of dozens of divine spirits, even though he was only in the Emperor realm at the time. Now that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, it would be impossible for something as trivial as the Prison League to capture him. Yang Kai roared with laughter. "Rest assured, I will guarantee your safety. Let's go. We need to find a new hiding place so that we can wait out the last 3 months in peace." Lin Feng suggested. Gu Pan chimed in, "I know a place that is very well hidden. We can head there." "Then we shall trouble you to lead the way, junior sister." Ning Dao Ran stretched out his hand in a polite gesture. There was a huge uproar back inside the karst cave. In particular, those below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm were at a loss for what to do. When they started huddling together, a total of 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had gathered. It had not been long since these Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but their numbers were not few. It was just enough to defend against the Prison League, so that they stood a fighting chance even if they encountered the enemy. Unfortunately, things had taken a sharp turn. 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters had left all at once, leaving only 7 behind. Even Lin Feng, one of the people responsible for organizing this group, had left. It was only natural that the people were unsettled. Most people did not know what happened just now. All they knew was that a group of outsiders had arrived. Following that, the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters seemed to have disagreed about something and caused this situation. Whispered discussions and countless divine sense conversations spread out throughout the cave. "Why are you all chattering away? Shut up!" Zhao Xing shouted furiously, his complexion red with rage. He never imagined that things would end up in this situation either. His original intention was only to force Yang Kai and Hui Gu to leave. Who could have known that Lin Feng and Gu Pan would leave too? It was humiliating that his actions had caused the strength of his faction to weaken considerably. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at him, some of them clearly having a measure of blame in their eyes, which only made his anger flare higher. He looked up and coldly snorted, "Don't think I don't know what kind of ideas were going through your heads. You were planning to force Yang Kai to leave, and then find an opportunity to kill him to obtain the achievements that he had accumulated. Now that things have gone sour, you're turning around to blame me instead. How is that reasonable?" All the people who spoke up to reject Yang Kai earlier looked embarrassed when he exposed their initial plans. They might not have communicated with each other, but it was undeniable that some of them were eager to act after seeing the abundant number of stars on Yang Kai's wrist. If Yang Kai hailed from one of the cave heavens or paradises, they would never have had such thoughts. However, Yong Kai was from Void Land. So what consequences would befall them even if they actually killed him? Brother Zhao, there's no point talking about this now. We should think about what to do in the future. Now that Brother Lin and junior sister Gu have left, we no longer have enough strength to completely resist the Prison League. Don't forget, the Prison League has 8 veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Somebody said, "That's right. Why don't we ask Brother Lin and junior sister Gu to come back? As for Yong Kai and Grey Bones, Heavenly Monarch, there isn't a big problem with them joining," somebody proposed. If they allowed Yong Kai and Hui Gu to join them, then they would have 12 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, including Ning Dao Ran. They would have strength comparable to the Prison League even if they encountered their enemies. A dark light flashed through Zhao Xing's eyes as he coldly said, "So what if you invite them back? It's not like you didn't see the achievements that Yong Kai has accumulated so far. If my guess is correct, he will definitely win the Dao Theory Assembly. If that happens, what would happen to the pride of the Cave Heavens and Paradises?" "Brother Zhao, you mean—" He grimaced for a moment before he ruthlessly said, "In for a copper, in for a gold." All of them were astonished. They never imagined that Zhao Xing would be so ruthless. However, thinking about it again, there didn't seem to be a better solution to their problems. If they could get rid of Yong Kai, then the winner of the Dao Theory Assembly would definitely be one of them. If that was the case, it was acceptable no matter who won the Dao Theory Assembly. But in this case, we will have to confront Brother Lin and the others, somebody said worriedly. This matter is related to the pride of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Brother Lin and the others will understand. We cannot afford to delay in this matter. We have to move now, or else it will be too late. After we succeed in this matter, we will find a place to hide. The Prison League might be powerful, but the Prison Star is vast. Moreover, the Dao Theory Assembly will end in 3 months. We only need to hold up until then. Even the people who hesitated earlier were tempted by his words. The 7 of them quickly came to an agreement. Following that, they hurriedly set off together. Outside the cave, Zhao Xing quietly studied the traces left behind in the surroundings before turning to look in a certain direction. After that, he took to the sky. "This way." The other 6 quickly followed him. An hour later, Yong Kai was following Gu Pan to her hiding place when he suddenly frowned. He looked back and saw numerous figures wrapped in light chasing after them from behind. Likewise, Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran soon noticed and turned to look back, surprised by what they saw. "What do they want?" Lin Feng frowned. Although they were still quite far apart, he was very familiar with those figures. It was obvious that they were his former comrades. They were the newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. "Brother Lin, please wait. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. Please listen to our explanation." Zhao Xing, who was in the lead, shouted loudly. Lin Feng did not doubt Zhao Xing. Thus, he stopped and turned to look back. When he stood there motionless, Yong Kai and the others had no choice but to stop as well. Behind them, Zhao Xing and the others were overjoyed at the sight. They exchanged glances with each other and put more effort into rushing over. As the distance between both parties closed, their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm auras climbed steadily. Ning Dao Ran furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Something's wrong. Even Lin Feng had noticed that something was strange. It felt like these people came chasing after them for a fight, not to make peace. Before he could ask them anything, though, he heard a shout from the leader, "Zhao Xing, attack!" In an instant, those 7 people turned into 7 separate streams of lights. They acted in accordance with the strategy they discussed before, rushing towards Yong Kai and the others. Before they even arrived, the power of various secret techniques and artifacts blasted out in front of them. Hong, hong, hong. Figures shuttled about, and the power of their small universes collided with each other. A moment later, the violent forces died down abruptly, almost as though everything earlier was nothing but an illusion. However, the chaotic situation immediately became apparent. The 12 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the two sides had been separated into 5 different battlefields. Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Ning Dao Ran were each held up by one person in a face-to-face confrontation. On the other hand, 2 people blocked Hui Gu from left and right. Similarly, there were 2 people standing in front of Yang Kai. One was Zhao Xing, and the other was a young man with a jade-like complexion. Although everybody remained motionless as the auras of their respective small universes flared, their auras silently collided and suppressed each other, causing the surrounding space to become slightly distorted. As for Lu Jing, he was thrown 1,000 kilometers away by Yang Kai, and was now watching the battle from afar, shivering in fear. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4471. Why must you force me? What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng looked around with an ugly expression. Senior brother Lin, please stay out of this. The young man confronting him quickly said, otherwise this junior brother will be very troubled. Like Lin Feng, he was a core disciple from one of the cave heavens and paradises, as an existence who also advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. His strength was on par with Lin Feng's. Hence, they would be evenly matched if it came down to a fight. Neither could defeat the other. Moreover, their actions would simply harm the peace between them. It was not just Lin Feng. Ning, Dao Ran, and Gu Pan were in similar situations. Only Yang Kai and Hui Gu were each facing 2 newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their own. Upon seeing this situation, how could Lin Feng not know what Zhao Xing and the others were planning? Hui Gu was a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The cultivators who came to intercept them knew that they were not his opponents on their own. Therefore, they assigned 2 people to stop him. On the other hand, there were also 2 people surrounding Yang Kai. It would seem that the real target of Zhao Xing and the others was Yang Kai. They were all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with less than 100 years of experience, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to come out on top in a 2-on-1 battle. As long as they eliminated Yang Kai, Zhao Xing and the other guy would be free to assist in getting rid of Hui Gu. Even Hui Gu would be in danger if he had to face 4 enemies at once. As for Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan, Lin Feng was not worried. With their forces behind them, Zhao Xing and the others would never kill them unless they wanted to start a war between their respective sects. But were 2 trivial newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters enough to defeat Yang Kai? Zhao Xing turned to look at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, please don't be impatient. Just wait by the side for a bit. This Zhao will apologize to you after finishing up here. You don't understand anything. Lin Feng slowly shook his head. Stop doing something pointless. Let's end this incident here. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so such obstructions were simply child's play to him. The truth was that he was perfectly capable of escaping at any time. Unfortunately, Zhao Xing and the others were completely oblivious to that fact and foolishly believed that victory was within their grasp. Zhao Xing replied, Brother Lin, please have some self-respect. Don't harm the relationship between us fellow brothers. After saying that, he turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. Thousand Cranes Paradise Zhao Xing. The other young man with a jade-like appearance also bowed his head and introduced himself, Huang and Yi of pure Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai looked at them with an indifferent and expressionless look on his face. Zhao Xing continued smiling as he asked, Are you going to kill yourself? Or do you want senior brother Huang and I to kill you instead? If you choose to kill yourself, you can choose a comfortable way to die. You will get to keep a whole corpse, and I guarantee that your body will be brought back and delivered to Voidland for burial. But if Senior Brother Huang and I take action, I cannot guarantee how much of your corpse will be left. Huang and he followed up. I do not wish to attack you either, not unless there is no other choice. We might all be Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but we are from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. It will be bad for our reputation if word spreads that we killed you in a 2-on-1 fight. It's a pity. He glanced at the stars on Yang Kai's wrist and slowly shook his head. The tree which rises too far above the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Ha! Yang Kai looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. His expression seemed rather annoyed. How irritating! Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi were stunned to hear those words. Zhao Xing laughed. You're right. There are certainly many troublesome matters in the world. Grievances, fame, and fortune entangle people's hearts. Only death will liberate you from them. Since you've already understood this point, then why do you still hesitate? Do you want to force Senior Brother Huang and I to take action? You are seriously annoying. Yang Kai lowered his head and furrowed his brow deeply, looking bitter and resentful. Zhao Xing's expression darkened slightly. Yang Kai, don't refuse our kindness and force our hand. We are being considerate of your identity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which is why we don't want to make things too difficult for you. Don't sully the magnanimity that Senior Brother Huang and I are showing you. Kill yourself quickly, otherwise Senior Brother Huang and I will be taking action. You're all so damn annoying. Yang Kai let out a low growl, abruptly stepping forward. He suddenly lifted his lowered head, and a horrifying light burst out of his eyes, almost as blinding as two suns. He looked very aggressive, and at the same time, an indescribable hostility mixed with murderous intent poured out of him. I never wanted to make things difficult for you people from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. So, why must you force me? Zhao Xing's expression changed slightly as he shouted through gritted teeth, stubborn fool, attack. As soon as those words left his mouth, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Kai. Huang and Yi did not hesitate either and quickly followed Zhao Xing's example. They might come from different sects, but their cultivations were both equally profound. At this moment, they cooperated flawlessly. Their figures were like two spinning tops as they crossed and flowed around each other. One person slammed a palm out while the other blasted out with a punch. The world force of two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surged from their attacks and loomed down upon Yang Kai. Their attacks were merciless, showing their ruthless intent to kill. The truth was that they could not afford to hold back either. It had not been long since their advancement, so they were not too familiar with controlling their strength. As a result, whenever they attacked, they could only attack with all their strength. Yang Kai let out a low roar, and the power of his small universe erupted. Both his hands turned into a barrage of fist shadows that flew into the sky to meet their attacks. Hong, hong, hong. World force collided and exploded into turmoil. Even with the suppression of the prison star Grand Array, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror. One could only imagine how much more violent the situation would be without the suppression of the Grand Array. Immediately after that, two figures were sent flying backwards like paper kites while simultaneously coughing up blood in midair. All but one present was shocked by the sight. Staring blankly at the two people who had been sent flying, they wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. They originally thought that the cooperation between Zhao Xing and Huang and he was bound to defeat Yang Kai. After all, everybody had only just advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nobody should be much stronger than the other. If two people joined forces, then it was impossible for a lone person to be their opponent. However, reality turned out to be very difficult for them to accept. The ones who were sent flying and spitting up blood turned out to be Zhao Xing and Huang Yi instead. Lin Feng's eyes bulged while Gu Pan and Ning Daoran stared in shock. Only Hui Gu, who was stuck between two sixth-order open heaven realm masters, seemed to have expected this outcome and slowly shook his head. The young and ignorant are truly fearless. He had personally witnessed how Yong Kai killed Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch. Even a veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Giant Clam, Heavenly Monarch had failed to last more than a few breaths against Yong Kai before dying miserably. Therefore, he simply could not understand where these young and newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises got their confidence to attack this freak. Were they just sick of living? It was precisely because Hui Gu had already anticipated this outcome that he had not been worried seeing Yong Kai being besieged by two newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters. How is this possible? Zhao Xing looked absolutely shocked. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the small universe in his body shook violently. Just now, he had exchanged hundreds of blows with Yong Kai, and he had suffered a loss every single time. Moreover, his small universe had suffered a heavy shock with every single blow. There was only one possibility for such an outcome to occur. The heritage of Yong Kai's small universe was vastly superior to his own. That was the only reason for such a one-sided outcome. A veteran sixth-order open heaven realm master like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch might have been able to achieve an effect to this level, but Yong Kai, he had only advanced to the sixth-order open heaven realm recently. Moreover, Yong Kai's time since his advancement should be shorter than his own, since Zhao Xing had at least 10 years since he broke through. Before the thought finished forming in Zhao Xing's head, he felt his vision going hazy for a moment. Then he looked up and felt his soul nearly leap out from his body. Yong Kai had appeared right in front of him at some point. They were so close that their faces were practically touching. "Why must you force me?" Scorching hot air blew out of Yong Kai's nostrils. Zhao Xing's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch in Yong Kai's direction with all his strength. Unfortunately, the exchange just now had thrown his small universe into turmoil. Not only was he completely powerless to attack at this moment, but he could barely even draw out any world force from his small universe. Pa! Yong Kai grabbed Zhao Xing by the fist. Standing in front of Zhao Xing, he shouted fiercely, "Are you going to continue forcing me?" While speaking, he punched forward and hit Zhao Xing squarely in the chest. Kacha! The sound of Zhao Xing's ribs breaking echoed through the air. The clothes on his back exploded apart, and a portion of his back bulged outward. The flow of blood coming out of his mouth became increasingly heavy as stars danced in his vision. It felt as though an extremely brutal force had slammed right into his small universe and nearly shaken it apart. "I'm not his opponent. I'm not his opponent at all." Zhao Xing started to panic. The heritage of the other party's small universe was countless times stronger than his own, and if things continue at this rate, he would surely die. Raising his hand, he beckoned at something behind Yong Kai. "I guess you won't regret your actions unless you see your coffin. If that's the case, I will show you what true terror means. I will show you what real strength is." Yong Kai's fist transformed into a flurry of fist shadows that slammed into Zhao Xing's chest. Zhao Xing's hand remained held high in the air as he shouted at Huang and Yi, who stood dumbfounded behind Yong Kai, "Save! Save me! Brother Yang, show mercy!" Lin Feng shouted, his expression changing drastically. Ning Dao Ren also came back to his senses and hurriedly yelled, "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive." Everything had happened too quickly. They initially thought that Yong Kai would have no choice but to flee with Zhao Xing and Huang and Yi teaming up against him. Who could have known that he would simply crush them in a head-on clash? With just a few kicks and punches, Yong Kai had already completely destroyed his two opponents' ability to resist, which was why it took them some time to recover from their shock. Seeing that the situation was turning dire, they quickly began shouting to stop Yang Kai. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so his status was equal to their own. There would be huge trouble if Yang Kai killed him here. After all, the murder of a Paradise's core disciple would surely cause huge consequences and great upheaval. Yang Kai stopped, his scalding fists raised before him. His expression was fierce and brutal. When he looked behind him, he saw Huang Yi looking pale with shock. Then he glanced at Zhao Xing's raised arm and quietly asked, "You were asking for help? You should have said so sooner. I thought you were still trying to fight back." Pooh! Zhao Xing vomited up blood, and his aura weakened abruptly. Pathetic weakling! Yang Kai cast a sideways glance at Zhao Xing and slowly drifted backwards before lowering his head to look at his fists with a sorrowful expression. "This is all so annoying. I've created another grudge with somebody else again." Back then, Yang Kai had been forced into a corner and had no choice but to break through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm in front of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. His actions finally allowed him to escape the eyes of the cave heavens and paradises that had been targeting him. But now he had thrashed a core disciple from Thousand Cranes Paradise, which would probably generate a new grudge. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling deeply distressed. He hadn't wanted to make a move against anybody, but there was always somebody forcing his hand. The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who flew over to kill Yang Kai were all frozen in shock. They made a foolproof plan before they departed. 3 people were assigned to stop Lin Feng, Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan, while 2 others were assigned to suppress Hui Gu. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing and Huang Yi were tasked with dealing with Yang Kai. Once they killed Yang Kai, they would then kill Hui Gu. Once they were done, they would successfully complete their mission. Afterwards, they planned to find a hiding place to conceal themselves for the next 3 months until the Tao Theory Assembly ended. It was just that the situation in front of them right now was completely different from what they had imagined, and they were at a loss for what to do. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4472, Collapse. Move. Lin Feng shoved the sluggish young man blocking his way aside and rushed over to Zhao Xing. He helped Zhao Xing up and reached out to examine his aura quickly before his expression changed drastically. Ning Dao Ren also came over hurriedly and asked nervously, "How is he?" Lin Feng's expression was grim as he swiftly took out a bottle of spirit pills. He opened the bottle and pried Zhao Xing's mouth open before pouring the entire bottle into his mouth. Be that as it may, blood continued to gush out of Zhao Xing's mouth. He couldn't even swallow the spirit pills. Lin Feng tried multiple times, but his attempts were all unsuccessful. All of a sudden, Zhao Xing's turbid eyes shone with a horrifying light. He grabbed Lin Feng by the arm and sputtered, "Avenge me." After saying that, something seemed to escape his body rapidly. His body might not have changed much, but the scene resembled a balloon that had been popped. A dense world force swept throughout their surroundings. All the rest of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises turned pale at the sight. His small universe collapsed not far away. Huang Yi murmured in a daze. They might not have witnessed something like this before, but that did not stop them from recognizing the phenomenon. The small universe in Zhao Xing's body had collapsed. That was the only reason for this phenomenon, where the world force had dissipated so violently to occur. Since the root of an open heaven realm master lay in their small universe, the only ending following its collapse was death. The escaping world force slowly calmed down. When they looked over again, Zhao Xing was completely devoid of life. His 2 eyes were glaring forward furiously. Embers of hatred remained burning in his pale orbs, seemingly not yet extinguished. Zhao Xing had died. A core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zhao Xing was dead. In a direct clash with Yang Kai, it had taken less than a dozen breaths for him to be beaten so badly that his small universe collapsed and he died. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that the other party would be so weak as to succumb to a few punches. It was not like he had planned to kill anybody, but it seemed he used a little too much strength. In reality, since his advancement into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm until now, Yang Kai had fought many Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters, but all of them had been veterans like Mao Zhe and Zhu Xian, so their small universes were far more robust. They might be no match for him, but they could still exchange a few hundred blows with him at least. Are all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters so weak? Upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that the small universes in the bodies of these newly advanced Open Heaven realm master weren't even stable yet, so it was certainly easy for them to collapse under a violent bombardment. This was all a big accident, but now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai's gaze turned solemn as he shot a look at Hui Gu. Hui Gu immediately felt his heart clench at the sight as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to silence all the witnesses. Lin Feng immediately noticed the spike in Yang Kai's murderous intent. Seeing the look on Yang Kai's, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted to the crowd, "Why are you still standing there?" Ning Dao Ren also quickly reacted. Still in a state of shock, he stood in front of Yang Kai and blocked his sight while shouting, "Brother Yang, please calm yourself." "Move." Yang Kai glared at Ning Dao Ran aggressively. A faint sheen of sweat oozed out of Ning Dao Ran's forehead, but he did not budge as he earnestly said, "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. If you really do this, then everything will be over." The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters around them were still in a state of shock after witnessing Zhao Xing's death. None of them could recover so quickly. Lin Feng was both furious and anxious as he yelled, "Do you all want to die? Why are you still standing there?" While speaking, he tossed Zhao Xing's corpse at Huang and Yi and urged them desperately, "Scram." Huang and Yi hurriedly caught Zhao Xing's corpse and finally returned to his senses as he felt Yang Kai's murderous intent locked firmly onto him. It was difficult not to notice. Hence, his expression changed immediately. Carrying Zhao Xing's corpse in his arms, he hurriedly escaped. Only then did the rest of the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters snap back to the present, each of them transforming into a stream of light that swiftly escaped. Lin Feng stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. Stopping next to Ning Dao Ran, he stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes and declared, "Brother Yang, if you really wish to silence the witnesses, then please start with Brother Ning, and I rest assured we will not resist. Since we left the grand ancient ruins boundary, we have both owed you our lives. We will just be repaying our life debt to you." Yang Kai glared at Lin Feng coldly as the latter returned his stare without revealing any weaknesses. After a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sharp light in them had faded, and only a sea of warmth remained. Smiling, he shook his head and spoke, "What nonsense are you two thinking?" Lin Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you reconsidered." While Lin Feng looked calm, he could still feel cold sweat dripping down his back. Judging from the way Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing, just now, both he and Ning Dao Ran would definitely not be able to stop Yang Kai even if they worked together. Lin Feng sighed once more before speaking earnestly. "Please don't blame us. We were only acting in your best interests. Killing Zhao Xing might not be a trivial matter, but there could still be room for maneuver if he is the only one. On the other hand, there will be no going back if you actually slaughtered the rest." "I know," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Su Linggong had announced that deaths would not be questioned during the Tao Theory Assembly, and that there was to be no resentment, no matter who died on the prison star. Be that as it may, those words were mere words. If any of the cave heavens and paradise's core disciples were to die, the great forces behind them would never let the matter go. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and a genius who advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Given enough time, he could have become one of the pillars of Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, he died at Yang Kai's hands. The grudge that formed between them was bound to run deep. This was an accident, as Yang Kai never intended to kill Zhao Xing, but what was done was done. Yang Kai looked down at his wrist and saw nearly 80 stars. He originally had close to 70 stars, while Zhao Crossing had approximately 30. Following Zhao Xing's death, his achievements had been transferred to the others who were close by. Yang Kai was not the only person standing next to Zhao Xing earlier, so both Lin Feng and Ning Daoran gained an equal share. Such great achievements would basically guarantee Yang Kai the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Hence, there was nothing else he needed to do now. All that was left was to sit back and wait. Let's go. Yang Kai composed his emotions and gathered the others. Killing Zhao Xing might have been an accident, but he was destined to have a feud with Thousand Cranes Paradise now. He could not imagine how powerful the heritage of a paradise would be. However, it was a little crazy to think that he could stop them with his current cultivation as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Strength. I need even greater strength. Unfortunately, what Yang Kai needed at his level of cultivation in order to get stronger was time. Refining open heaven pills and resources of various orders all required great amounts of time. He couldn't accomplish much overnight. The hidden place Gu Pan mentioned was located in the middle of a mountain range. There was a hidden cave at the foot of a certain mountain, one that was almost impossible to notice unless one was searching carefully. After entering the cave and walking for several kilometers, they arrived at a kind of utopia. The scenery in this place was extremely beautiful and peaceful. Therefore, they settled in and quietly waited for the Tao Theory Assembly to end. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others would occasionally gather together to drink tea or discuss the Tao or exchange various secret techniques. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, they lived in peace. They were all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was only natural that they had many common topics to discuss. Besides, exchanging their respective cultivation experiences allowed everybody to gain something from each other. Huigu was a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the amount of time he spent in this realm was several times longer than the rest of them combined, so he naturally had far more say when it came to matters of cultivation in this realm. His occasional guidance would also give Yang Kai and the others flashes of inspiration. Although Yang Kai was much stronger than Lin Feng and the others, they came from various cave heavens and paradises. Hence, they had come into contact with many things that he had never heard of before. Yang Kai learned many interesting things over the months of their interaction. On a certain day, the people chatting away happily suddenly stiffened in surprise and looked down at their golden wristbands. A distinct wave of spiritual energy was now pulsing from these wristbands. They lowered their heads to perceive the phenomenon and immediately realized they had received a divine sense message. The Tao Theory Assembly is finally ending. Lin Feng slowly got to his feet. There's another half a month's time before the exit opens, but we should start making preparations. Needless to say, nobody had any objections. As there was nothing to pack, they simply prepared to set off on their journey a short while later. Huigu sent them off, as he had no way to follow them on this trip, since he was still considered a prison star criminal. Nevertheless, he had written his name down on the loyalty list, so he believed that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Wait here for a while. I will talk to the people of Yin Cave Heaven later to negotiate your freedom. Yang Kai instructed. I will obey your orders, sir. Huigu responded with a bow. Lin Feng, Ning Daoran, and Gu Pan watched quietly from the side. If they had not witnessed Yang Kai's strength for themselves, it would have been difficult for them to understand why a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be so obedient towards him. At first, they believed that Huigu had struck up a deal with Yang Kai to cooperate with each other in exchange for something. It was not until later that they realized the truth. These two had a master-servant relationship between them. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out, wrapping his energy around Lu Jing before he rose into the sky. Su Yingshui mentioned that the Prison Star Grand Array's exit would open once more when the one-year period was up. Moreover, the location of the exit was specified in the divine sense message from earlier. For that reason, what they needed to do was to rush to the location and arrive within the time limit. They set off half a month in advance, so there was no urgency in terms of time. As they soared across the sky, the small group saw some of the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory assembly flying out from their hiding places to follow behind them. These participating cultivators had remained in hiding all this while, probably to avoid Prison League's hunt. It was only natural for them to quickly follow along when they noticed several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the way forward. Joining this powerful group would give them a sense of security. Otherwise, they basically had no power to resist if they encountered the Prison League along the way. Yang Kai and the others ignored these people since they were only following at a distance and did not dare to approach too closely. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai's group finally arrived at the specified location. There was a large rock that had been cut smooth to form something similar to a platform there, and it seemed the exit would appear above it. It was just that there was not a single person around at a glance. However, it was revealed that many people were hiding nearby when they scanned the area. It was obvious that many people had arrived in advance, but they did not dare to reveal themselves easily, choosing to remain in hiding. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4473, You Can't Touch Him. Yang Kai and the others landed directly on the platform. Then they each found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Their arrival could be considered early. After all, there were still 3 days left until the return passage opened. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived, most of them in small groups that simply decided to wait nearby. Meanwhile, the cultivators who came early and concealed their presences gradually revealed themselves. At first, Yang Kai was vigilant as to whether the Prison League would make a move, but in the end, and to his surprise, they did not show up. Even Huang and Yi, and the rest were nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where they were hiding. 3 days later, the entire Prison Star rumbled noticeably. Everybody looked up to see a rainbow bridge swiftly spreading out across the sky. One end of the rainbow bridge connected to the depths of the void, while the other end extended above the platform. Yang Kai, Lin Feng, and the others glanced at each other and nodded lightly. "It's finally over." Yang Kai stood up, and bringing Lu Jing with him, he was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. Just like when he was first transported into the Prison Star, he immediately felt the world spinning around him. His vision distorted and changed rapidly, and by the time he recovered, he had already appeared in the palace square, where he first departed from. There were a dozen or so chairs lined up on the stage above the palace square. Moreover, there was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from the various cave heavens and paradises sitting in each chair. The one sitting in the center was none other than Su Linggong. Oh, Su Linggong couldn't help looking surprised to see that the first person to return was Yang Kai. Although being the first to return did not represent anything, being the first to step on the Rainbow Bridge under those circumstances was undoubtedly a symbol of strength. This brat's performance seems to be rather unexpected. Su Linggong nodded lightly. Speaking of which, he might have forced Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, but he had not expected much from him. He simply did not want to wrong his own disciple. Chu Huashan was a core disciple, who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Even if she married somewhere else, she had to marry a young, handsome man whose aptitude was equal to hers. How could those old men whose lifetime limit was the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm dare to covet her? The purpose of making special arrangements for Yong Kai was to disrupt the plans of the other cave heavens and paradises. Su Ling Gong wanted to force them into a position where they had to dispatch their core disciples to participate in the event, and his plan had worked perfectly. After those rising stars participated in the event, the level and quality of the Tao Theory assembly immediately increased by a large margin. At the same time, Yin Yang Cave Heaven's pride was also protected. The only thing that remained uncertain was who would win the top spot in this event. Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan emerged closely behind Yang Kai. Afterwards, numerous figures appeared. They were all cultivators who participated in the Tao Theory assembly. Soon, the square was filled with people. Divine senses surged as the elders of the great forces quietly questioned their juniors about the results of this event and whether or not their juniors sustained any injuries. On the other hand, the elders whose juniors and disciples did not appear couldn't help feeling anxious and worried. The prison star was not a forgiving place, and every single criminal locked up inside was heinous and evil. If anything were to happen in that place, the outcome would most likely be death. For the next hour, more than 100 people gathered in the square. At this point, the number of cultivators returning from the prison star had obviously reduced to an infrequent trickle. There was even a long period where not a single person came back. Many elders who led their disciples here became increasingly solemn. If their juniors failed to appear after so long, then it could only mean that they were dead. The manner in which the Tao Theory assembly was conducted had been completely out of their expectations. If they had known that the Tao Theory assembly would be held on the prison star, they would never have brought their juniors here. It was a pity that Su Ling Gong's last-moment changes to the Tao Theory assembly were something that nobody could have predicted. Not only were many of the elders of the second-class great forces who led their teams here looking grim, but even the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, sitting in the dozen or so chairs above the square, were starting to look solemn. This couldn't be helped, though, as out of more than dozen or so core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, only 3 had come out so far. The others were nowhere to be seen. This doesn't make any sense. Su Ling Gong maintained a smile on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a beating drum inside. He had mentioned that the Tao Theory assembly was not a game and that the participants would be responsible for their own lives. Nevertheless, he would be held partially responsible for this incident due to his position as the organizer of the Tao Theory assembly if so many core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives on the prison star. Just as he was hesitating over whether to send Su Yingshui to question Yang Kai about the situation in the prison star, the rainbow bridge connecting to the prison star suddenly fluctuated again. Su Ling Gong was stunned by the sight. This phenomenon could only mean that somebody was returning from the prison star. In addition, there were quite a number of them. In the next moment, numerous figures appeared in the square, as many as 100 of them in total. Most of the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were filled with a slight sense of relief, and their nerves finally relaxed when they saw their core disciples. On the contrary, one of them stood up abruptly. His eyes widened as he looked down with an expression of disbelief. Then he rushed into the crowd with a shift of his figure. The aura of a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master spread out unchecked, and the participating cultivators who just returned were immediately pushed off balance by the impact. Those who were slightly weaker went pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. Marshal Uncle Zhua, Huangani called out sorrowfully. The elderly man in front of him was somebody he recognized as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, as well as Zhao Xing's honored master. Su Quan Hui stared blankly at the corpse in Huang and Yi's arms, and after reaching out to check for Zhao Xing's aura, his body trembled slightly, and his slightly short figure seemed to droop considerably. Who did this? Although he asked lightly, Huang and Yi could sense the suppressed rage in Zuoquan Hui's voice. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt was hidden in his chest. Void lands Yang Kai. Huang and Yi pointed out Yang Kai in the crowd. Zuoquan Hui abruptly turned around, his eyes crimson, like a wild beast that was about to devour its prey. His gaze crossed over the crowd to fix fiercely upon Yang Kai's body. His gaze was so sharp that he could almost slice through space all by itself. Die. Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand towards Yang Kai and roared. Following a violent surge of the world force, Huang and Yi, who had been standing beside Zuoquan Hui, went pale with fright and was sent flying from the fallout. Faced with the furious assault of a veteran Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai simply stood there indifferently and did not bother to move a single muscle. In contrast, Lin Feng, Ning Dao ran, and Gu Pan swiftly came to stand in front of Yang Kai, surging their respective strength as they pushed their palms forward. Lin Feng shouted, "Senior, please calm down. Get out of my way. Juniors." Zuoquan Hui roared furiously. World force flared, and at the same time, he slammed his palm at Lin Feng and the others once each. His actions were as quick as lightning, but fortunately, he was not completely blinded by his rage. His attacks might be overpowering, but they were not meant to kill Lin Feng and the others. Hong hong hong. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated backwards, their complexions deathly pale. After repelling Lin Feng and the others, Zuoquan Hui's moves became much more violent. He reached out his large hand, like a claw that covered the entire sky. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. "This is Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Su Ling Gong stood there like a mountain, his clothes flapping wildly as his hair that was tied behind his head flew about. He lightly clenched one fist and slowly pushed it out. "Why are you acting so presumptuously?" Hung. There was a loud explosion, and Su Ling Gong's figure slumped slightly. On the other hand, Zuoquan Hui was forced several meters back through the air. Both were Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced many years ago, so the difference in their strength was not very apparent. This exchange of blows had ended in a draw. Zuoquan Hui felt his rage surging. His most precious and prized legacy disciple had been killed. Hence his eyes were dyed red with rage. Even though Su Ling Gong blocked his charge, he continued forward recklessly, only to be stopped by Su Ling Gong once more. On the other hand, the elders of Lin Feng and the other two received divine sense messages from their juniors. Although they were not certain about the exact situation inside the prison star, they could tell that these three were connected to Zhao Xing's death. What's more, the fact that Lin Feng and the others had stood up to stop Zuoquan Hui made it difficult for them to remain on the sidelines. 3 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped forward and worked together with Su Ling Gong to stop Zuoquan Hui. One of them said, "Brother Zua, calm down. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the juniors." "That's right. Brother Zua, stop for a moment. It's not too late to act after getting the full story." Zuoquan Hui was in a 4-against-1 situation. So how could he win? His several attempts were fruitless, so he was so furious that he roared. All of a sudden, his hostile gaze swept over Su Ling Gong and the other three. "Are you all really going to stop me?" Su Ling Gong quickly said, "It is not that this old master wants to stop you, but rather that you are acting too outrageously. Don't forget, this is Yin Yang Cave Heaven, not Thousand Cranes Paradise." Zuoquan Hui pointed at Yang Kai standing at the back. "That little bastard killed my disciple." Su Ling Gong snorted. "One is responsible for their own life during the Tao Theory Assembly. You should have been mentally prepared for Zhao Xing to be killed when you let him join. Stop being a hypocrite. If your disciple had been killed instead, you would not be spouting such nonsense. Su Linggong replied, my disciple would not be such a waste. You, Su Quanhui felt his rage ready to explode. The blood in his chest churned, and a sweetness filled his throat, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Su Linggong, hand that brat to me, and this will owe you a favor. Su Linggong glanced back at Yang Kai, while Yang Kai just grinned back at him, looking so calm that it made his stomach sick. Damn it, isn't this brat too good at causing trouble? How could he dare to kill a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Who gave him the courage? If you're going to kill him, then you should have made sure it couldn't be traced back to you. Don't let somebody catch hold of your weakness. This matter just had to be exposed here. For a time, Su Linggong was not sure whether arranging for Yang Kai to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had been worth it now. Still, he turned back and declared he came to participate in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. His actions are within the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly, so Yinyang Cave Heaven will bear responsibility for the consequences. You want to protect him still? Su Quanhui shouted. Su Linggong glared at Su Quanhui coldly. You can't touch him. For eyes met as vague sparks filled the air. After a long while, Su Quanhui finally nodded. Good. Let's see how long you can protect him for then. I will remember this, boy. Sooner or later, this monarch will twist your head off. While speaking, he came to Huang and Yi's side and took Zhao Xing's corpse with trembling hands. Following that, he soared into the sky and left. It was obvious that he did not wish to stay here for another moment longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4474. How could it be him? Su Quanhui's legacy disciple had been killed. He had completely fallen out with Su Linggong just now, and he was unable to kill his enemy, who was right in front of him. It was no surprise that he was in no mood to stay. Su Linggong did not stop Su Quanhui and simply watched until his figure disappeared out of sight before he coldly snorted, "Continue." With a leap of his figure, he returned to his seat. Likewise, the elders of Lin Feng and the others also returned to their seats upon seeing that the situation had calmed down. On the other hand, many participating cultivators in the palace square were looking at Yang Kai in horror. They might not have known what happened before, but how could they remain ignorant now? It turned out that Zhao Xing of Thousand Cranes Paradise had been killed. Voidland's Yang Kai, how could he be so bold? Even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting on the stage were looking at Yang Kai with displeasure. Zhao Xing might be a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise, but throughout history, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always been staunch allies. If Yang Kai dared to kill Zhao Xing, then it meant that he dared to kill anyone. It was only natural that they found a person like that displeasing. Ignoring all the strange looks from the crowd, Yang Kai continued to stand there motionlessly. Lin Feng and the other two approached him once more, while Ning Dao Ren sent him a divine sense message. "Brother Yang, you must be careful in the future. Su Quanhui is Zhao Xing's honored master, and he will never let this matter go." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I know. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to silence the witnesses to his crime back then. But judging from the current situation, he might not have been able to kill every single one of them even if he attacked them at the time. These Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all had their respective methods to protect themselves, so they were not that easy to kill, and news would have leaked out eventually. Acting rashly would only have caused feuds with even more of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Following the return of those 100 or so people, the Rainbow Bridge became quiet once more. Nobody else returned after that. As a result, Elder Zhuobu Kun of Myriad Demons Heaven, Elder Yu Huan of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and Elder Lu Jinyang of Azure Nether Paradise looked very solemn. This couldn't be helped, as more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Excluding Zhao Xing, who was killed, all the others had basically returned except for the disciples of these three sects. The situation with Myriad Demons Heaven was not too bad, as the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm disciple known as Mo Sheng had returned from the prison star and was currently standing quietly among the crowd. Zhuobu Kun secretly sent a transmission and questioned Mo Sheng about the situation. Then, his expression became even more gloomy. He learned from Mo Sheng that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xi and Zhao had been ambushed by many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League, and their fate was uncertain. Meanwhile, Mo Sheng was lucky enough to escape alive. After waiting for another half an hour, Zhuobu Kun and the others could no longer sit still when they saw that nobody else was returning. The three of them pressured Su Linggong to allow them to enter the prison star in person so that they could search for traces of Pei Wenxian, Yin Xi, and Zhao, and the others. Su Linggong reassured them repeatedly, all while murmuring to himself in his heart, "Those bastards on the prison star better not have been ignorant enough to dare to kill the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises." An unexpected incident had already occurred earlier, but only Zhao Xing had died in that incident. If Pei Wenxian and the others had died on the prison star as well, then the Tao Theory Assembly would turn into a huge disaster. Su Linggong could withstand the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise if it was alone, but if three more sects were added, things would become untenable. He would probably be punished by Yin Yang Cave Heaven. As a result, he secretly regretted his actions, as it seemed he had overplayed his hand in this Tao Theory Assembly. In order to appease Zhuobu Kun and the other elders, he quickly sent Su Yingshui and Qing Kuei to the prison star to inquire about the situation. Those two rushed into the Rainbow Bridge and returned together not long afterwards. Su Yingshui whispered something in Su Linggong's ear which caused him to nod lightly. With his expression relaxed considerably, Su Linggong turned around and said something to Zhuobu Kun and the others. Only then did Zhuobu Kun and the others calm down. Good. The Tao Theory Assembly ends here. You've all worked hard for the past year, so it is now time to examine the results. Let's see who obtained the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong sat upright in his chair, and after his speech, he gave a slight wave of his hand. Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who had been prepared in advance flew down immediately and landed in the square. They each cast secret techniques to remove the golden wristbands around the participants' wrists and record their achievements. Compared with their original number, the surviving participants had been reduced by more than half, with those missing almost certainly having died on the prison star. The elders who brought their juniors to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly couldn't help looking sad and gloomy. Most of the second-class great forces had originally hoped to ride on the coattails of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and soar straight to success. That was why they had brought the most elite cultivators from their respective sects to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. With the number of people who died on the prison star, though, it could be said that their losses were heavy. But who could have known that Su Linggong would play such tricks during the Tao Theory Assembly that was only held to choose a husband for Chu Huashang? It was too late for regrets now. An incense stick later, all the scores had been counted, with the golden wristbands having been retrieved and placed on a table in front of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters swept a glance over the golden wristbands and quickly noticed the one with the most stars. The main reason was that the number of stars on this golden wristband was so high that the others couldn't even compare. There was no need to search carefully at all. It looks like the top spot belongs to this person. Su Linggong chuckled, turning to look around him. I wonder which sect this junior belongs to. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters smiled reservedly as one of them said, "We'll know once we check." In their opinion, it was impossible for their disciples to marry into Yin Yang Cave heaven even if they took the top spot. They were forced to send their core disciples to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, but it was simply to preserve everybody's face. Core disciples who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm were potential Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, who would willingly let go of such talents. As for how things would end, if one of their core disciples obtained the top spot, it was bound to be an argument with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. In any case, they all had long lives, so bickering for several hundred or even thousands of years was not a problem. They could even use this kind of argument to relieve their boredom. Su Ling Gong smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Be that as it may, these core disciples had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly and would be named an Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law if they won the top spot. How could he allow any objections or resistance? Even if he had to use force, he would make sure that the person remained here. As such, he grabbed the golden wristband and looked inside it. 2 large characters printed on the golden wristband entered his vision, and the smile on his face abruptly stiffened. How could it be him? Su Linggong was absolutely stunned. When the golden wristbands were being recovered, the Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples in charge of recovering them were tasked with engraving the names of the participants onto them. Each golden wristband corresponded to only one person, so there could be no mistakes. In other words, the name and score recorded on this golden wristband was completely accurate. Brother Su seems to have been met with quite a pleasant surprise. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who spoke up earlier, couldn't help making a joke when he saw the strange expression on Su Ling Gong's face. At the same time, he glanced at the golden wristband in Su Ling Gong's hand and immediately looked stunned at the result. The 2 large characters on the golden wristband shone so brightly with a golden light that he nearly couldn't open his eyes. Who is it? Who took the top spot? Somebody else looked over curiously. Everybody who saw the results couldn't help falling silent and wrinkling their brow. The reason why they sent their core disciples to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly was to prevent this exact situation, but contrary to their expectations, their efforts proved fruitless even though more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had participated. Su Yingshui and Qing Ke, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this time, saw the 2 large characters on the golden wristband from the beginning. Yang Kai? They couldn't help feeling absolutely shocked. Moreover, the number of stars on this golden wristband was almost twice that of the second place, so there was no comparison. This result was simply overwhelming. He took the top spot. They exchanged a glance with each other, feeling a little incredulous. Yang Kai might also be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but his background was nothing special. He did not have any elders teaching him or providing him with resources, artifacts, or powerful techniques. Therefore, there should be a huge gap between him and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Now, however, it seemed it was the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises who were very far behind him. When they allowed Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, neither Su Linggong, Su Yingshui, nor Qing Ke held many expectations for him. Su Linggong's original intention was only to muddy the waters of the Tao Theory Assembly with the help of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai. They never imagined that they would stumble upon such fortune. Su Yingshui came back to her senses and immediately sent a message to Chu Huashang, who was waiting for news. When she told Chu Huashang about the results, she could only imagine how happy her junior sister would be. It was just that the current atmosphere was a little strange. Many participants standing below, including the elders of the great forces who led their teams here, were eagerly waiting for Su Linggong to announce the results. However, Su Linggong and the dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into an eerie silence. Nevertheless, Su Linggong quickly came back to his senses. It might be unexpected, but the result that came out was not something he could not accept. Holding up the golden wristband in his hand and revealing the two large characters to the crowd, he raised his voice and announced, "The winner of the Tao Theory Assembly is Voidland's Yang Kai." As soon as that statement came out, everybody turned to look at Yang Kai again. Lin Feng cupped his fist. "Congratulations." Likewise, Ning Daoran and Gu Pan also congratulated Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai was not sure how to respond, although he knew that he would obtain the top spot with no issues. Winning first place in the Tao Theory Assembly meant that he would become a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. In other words, he would have to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. But I don't want to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Besides, how am I supposed to explain this to Su Yan and the others? For a time, Yang Kai suffered a headache and gastric pains. Many thanks for coming from afar to participate in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. This event has ended on a successful note. In 3 days, this monarch will hold a banquet. Please be sure to show up. Su Linggong announced. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of the second-class Great Forces quickly responded to his invitation, while one of the elders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises stood up. "Brother Su, there is something I need to attend to back in the sect. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the banquet. Let's meet again in the future." After saying that, he summoned his disciples and soared into the sky. Su Linggong did not stop them. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly got up one after another to leave with their respective disciples. It did not take long before only the elders of Myriad Demons Heaven, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and Azure Nether Paradise remained. They wanted to leave, but their disciples were still on the prison star, so they couldn't depart even if they wanted to. They glanced at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. The result of the Tao Theory Assembly could be said to have embarrassed all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Outsiders would not think too much once the results of this event got out. All they would know was that Voidland's Yang Kai had suppressed more than a dozen sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to come out on top, and when the Tao Theory Assembly Marshall Peak, Chapter 4475, Son-in-Law. Junior Brother Yang, please rest here for now. I need to help Honored Master handle the rest of the Tao Theory Assembly. Then I'll come and speak with you. After Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to the reception hall on a certain spirit peak, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. His attitude was undoubtedly more affectionate compared to before. Yang Kai had taken the top spot and could now be considered a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. With this status set in stone, it was not strange that Qing Kuei's attitude would change with a connection like that. Qing Kuei might not have imagined such an outcome at first, but it was what Chu Huashang had been hoping for. So, as her senior brother, he was happy for her. "Please go ahead, senior brother." Yang Kai cupped his fist lightly. Qing Kuei winked at Yang Kai. "Don't you dare mess around." What? Yang Kai was flabbergasted. However, Qing Kuei had already turned around and left. Watching Qing Kuei's figure disappearing out of sight, Yang Kai finally shook his head before he turned around and walked towards the palace. There were maidservants elegantly bowing to him on both sides, who all gave a crisp greeting. "Greetings, young master." These Yin-Yang Cave Heaven maidservants were all in the Emperor realm. Moreover, their figures and appearances were far above average. Their slim waists and ample peaks were very eye-catching. Yang Kai gave a non-committal response, but just as he was about to enter the palace, his gaze suddenly landed on a certain maidservant, and he failed to stifle his laughter. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" The maidservant had her head lowered, so that her hair covered her face, but even though she was trying hard to disguise herself, how could she hide from his keen eyes? Chu Huashang looked up and smiled at him when he saw through her ruse and quipped, Have I been discovered?" While speaking, she walked over and reached out to hold his arm. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm without hesitation as she murmured sweetly, "You've worked hard, junior brother." He smiled. "It's nothing." There was really nothing difficult about the Tao Theory Assembly for Yang Kai, as with his current strength, there was basically nothing on the prison star that could endanger him as long as he was not besieged by the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League. Chu Huaxing then instructed the rest of the maidservants. "My fiancé has worked hard for a whole year. Prepare the scented bath." "Yes." The maidservants around them quickly responded. A short while later, a huge bath was filled with warm water. Colorful flower petals floated on the surface, while little waves made the water sparkle and steam permeated the air. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the bath and soaked his body in the water. This scented bath was probably filled with all sorts of expensive spirit herbs that had the effect of relieving fatigue and relaxing the spirit. There might not have been any danger on the prison star, but it was quite tiring after spending a year there. Hence, his fatigue was greatly relieved at this moment. Yang Kai was generally not one to enjoy such luxuries. However, he simply went with the flow since Chu Huashang had made these arrangements for him. Suddenly, the sound of fine footsteps rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw several slender figures slowly walking towards him through the hazy steam filling the air. Waving his hand dismissively, Yang Kai declared, "Stop. I don't need your service." Those people ignored his instructions, however, and continued walking over. When they drew closer, Yang Kai discovered that these maidservants were only dressed in gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Their most precious places gleamed in and out of sight amidst the steam. They lowered their heads and entered the water lightly with slightly blushing faces. Disregarding whether he approved or not, they pressed against him from both sides and carefully helped to wash his body for him. The situation left Yang Kai absolutely uncomfortable, and just as he was about to leap out, he suddenly heard a peal of giggling and charming laughter. "Junior brother, are you feeling shy?" The voice came from behind him, and leaning his head back, he looked up and saw Chu Huashang crouching in front of him, smiling down at him. The beautiful, womanly scenery under her skirt was faintly discernible, so he could only withdraw his gaze speechlessly and mutter, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Chu Huashang reached out her hand and made a light, sliding movement. Slowly stroking her fingers over his firm chest, she murmured softly, "I heard you speak so eloquently about the yin-yang union cultivation in the past, so I thought you were a veteran of such matters. It turns out that you were just talking big. Senior sister, be careful when playing with fire. You might accidentally burn yourself. Most people won't be able to withstand my passion once this junior brother gets started." Yang Kai closed his eyes slightly and suddenly understood why Qing Kui told him not to mess around before leaving. Chu Huashang giggled softly. "Go ahead and burn with passion. These girls can help you put out that fire if you're willing." The maidservants helping him wash his body on both sides flushed even redder. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang leaned down lightly and exhaled an orchid scent next to his ear. "Junior brother, can you really hold yourself back? After this, I'm going to be cultivating in retreat for 100 years. You can devour every single person here if you want, including me." Yang Kai grabbed her small hands that were wandering across his chest and declared, "Senior sister, stop fooling around." In response, she pouted, "How boring." Releasing her hand, he asked one question in concern, "Senior sister, do you really have to cultivate in retreat for 100 years? She nodded. "That's right. This is supposed to be one of the methods for the sect to protect me. Since it has been announced to the public, we cannot fake it. But it doesn't matter. It will only be for 100 years. I've only just advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm anyway, so this is actually perfect for me to carefully consolidate my cultivation." Yang Kai nodded lightly. I'm glad you think so, senior sister. He couldn't help feeling slightly relieved. These 100 years could be considered a buffering period. Although he had won the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly and was now an Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law in name, many things could change in a century. Chu Huashang might have different ideas by the time she comes out of her seclusion. After Yang Kai was bathed and dressed by the maidservants, he thoroughly learned how passionate a woman from Yin Yang Cave Heaven could be. Throughout the entire process, Chu Huashang not only showed no intention to shy away, but watched everything with great interest. However, Chu Huashang did not stay for long, because Su Yingxue soon rushed over to take her away. Before they left, Su Yingxue even threw a fierce and dirty glare at Yang Kai that made him feel like he was wronged. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Su Linggong hosted a banquet for all the representatives of the great forces who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. The banquet was held on the open-air platform of a wondrous spirit peak, making for a grand and lively scene. Yang Kai had been magnificently dressed up by Yin Yang Cave Heaven in festive red robes, to the point that those who didn't know better would have thought that he was getting married today. In addition, he was seated in the first spot to the left and below Su Linggong's seat. Young girls sang and danced in the square, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Plate after plate of delicacies were presented to the table, while precious vintage wine emitted a charming fragrance. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively as masters from various great territories weaved about the crowd and exchanged drinks with each other. Such a large-scale gathering was rare across the whole 3,000 worlds. Although many of their disciples suffered disastrous defeat and even death in the process, this was still an opportunity for these people to build relationships with other great forces and open up new opportunities for their own sex. Therefore, except for the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises who left early, everybody else was basically in attendance. Yang Kai looked at Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianzhao sitting opposite him, feeling absolutely speechless. After being ambushed by the Prison League, Yang Kai had used his space principles to escape along with Wei Gu, Lu Jing, and Wu Kuang, leaving Pei Wenxian and Yin Xianzhao behind. Yang Kai thought that those two would definitely end up dead, but who could have known that they would survive? What is wrong with the Prison League? Why didn't they kill them? Yang Kai frowned slightly and quietly sent a transmission to Qin Kuei to ask about the situation. Only then did he learn the entire story. The truth was that the Prison League had not killed Yin Xianzhao or Pei Wenxian. Additionally, they even caught another core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise later. Even Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch knew that the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises could not be killed, as doing so would surely invite the wrath of the cave heavens and paradises. If that were to happen, they might not enjoy a peaceful life even if they hid away on the prison star. It was a better choice to capture those people alive to use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The final result of the negotiations was that the Prison League would return the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. In return, 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the Prison League would be freed. This was similar to what Su Linggong promised from the very beginning, where the prison star criminals could earn their freedom as long as they killed enough participants. Needless to say, a negotiation between 2 parties required leverage. Prison League had used the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises as their bargaining chips. This situation distressed Shubu-kun and the other elders so much that they nearly spat blood. Although Shubu-kun, Yu Huan, and Lu Zhenyang joined forces to pressure Su Linggong into agreeing to the Prison League's demands, how could somebody like Su Linggong accept such demands so casually? Moreover, the 3 people caught by the Prison League were not Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples, so their lives had nothing to do with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, it was still true that their lives hung on a single thought from Su Ling Gong. In the end, the three cave heavens and paradises were forced to pay a huge price, and only then did Su Ling Gong relent and pardon the crimes of three Prison League Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. By doing so, they finally got Yin Xi and Zhao, and the others back in exchange. As for what price the cave heavens and paradises had to pay, even Qin Kuei did not know. That was the result of a secret discussion between Su Ling Gong, Zhubu Kun, and the other high-rank elders. A total of 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a dozen others below the Sixth Order from the Prison League had received their freedom. Aside from the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who received special pardons from Su Ling Gong, the rest had accumulated enough stars to obtain their freedom themselves. Among them included the Prison League's League Master, Huang Quan. Huang Quan had personally killed Zhuang Wei of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, earning him an astonishing 67 stars in an instant. Such achievements were enough for him to escape the prison star. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Kai could barely stifle his laughter. There was nothing he could say about the transaction that Su Ling Gong made, as it was practically a free deal. No wonder Zhubu Kun and the others had such ugly expressions during the banquet. It was obvious that they were hurting from being bled dry. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to murder with a borrowed knife. In the end, my plans failed thanks to the Prison League's petty greed. There was no doubt that the protagonist of today's banquet was Yang Kai. As an Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, countless people should have come to offer him a toast on their own initiative. This was not out of consideration for him, but rather to honor the prestige of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Ling Gong. However, the truth was that he simply sat there unnoticed. It was not that the participating Open Heaven Realm Masters were being disdainful. It was just that they were afraid of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so even though Su Ling Gong had relied on his advantage as host in this place to forcefully suppress Quan Hui, who led the team from Thousand Cranes Paradise, everybody knew that Thousand Cranes Paradise would never let this matter rest. They might be targeted by Thousand Cranes Paradise if they went up to congratulate Yang Kai at a time like this. So, who would dare to be so bold? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4476, Opportunity Has Come. Being aware of this fact, Yang Kai was not bothered by the issue. He was happy and content just to eat and drink by himself. On the other hand, Lu Jing brought the elders of Gathering Yuan Union over to offer a toast out of gratitude for Yang Kai's protection on the prison star. Even so, he was soon dragged away by his elders. The banquet ended, and Yin Yang Cave Heaven's guests gradually left. Before leaving, Lu Jing met with Yang Kai one more time to inform him that the Sixth Order Yang Element treasure he previously promised would be sent directly to Void Land. 3 days later, Yang Kai was led by Qin Kuei to the Spirit Peak where Su Ling Gong lived. Su Ling Gong sat confidently inside the Grand Hall on the Spirit Peak, studying Yang Kai, who was sitting below with piercing eyes and a strong sense of scrutiny. After bowing in greeting, Yang Kai stood there quietly with a calm look on his face. He had no idea why Su Ling Gong had summoned him, but Chu Huashang was Su Ling Gong's disciple. Now that he was at Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, they had a much closer relationship with each other than most ordinary people. After a while, Su Ling Gong finally raised his hand and said, "Take a seat." "Many thanks, Senior," Yang Kai responded before he turned around and walked over to a chair by the side. Flicking his outer robe slightly, he took a seat. "To be honest, this monarch was very surprised that you managed to win the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly," Su Ling Gong said. The outcome had certainly astonished him. In his opinion, only disciples from the cave heavens and paradises could have won, so Yang Kai coming out on top was a shock. After all, the heritage of those who came from the various cave heavens and paradises was generally superior to others, especially since they were newly advanced sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Su Linggong believed that was true even if he had heard the rumors about how Yang Kai had planned to advance directly seventh-order open heaven realm and refined multiple seventh-order powers to that purpose. However, the reality was that Yang Kai had taken the top spot with almost double the achievements of the person in second place. In terms of performance, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was the only person who could compare. "It's good that I didn't disappoint you, Senior." Yang Kai bowed. Su Linggong chuckled. "You definitely didn't disappoint me. For this monarch, it doesn't matter who takes the top spot as long as it's not those old farts in the fifth order. This Su's disciple cannot be humiliated by others." His smile faded, and he quickly said, "But the fact that you killed Zhao Xing is still quite a hassle." At the mention of this matter, Su Linggong couldn't help feeling a headache. He had been resisting the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise and protecting Yang Kai in order to maintain Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was organized by Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and he was the one who claimed that one would not be held accountable for any loss of life. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai was killed by Zuoquan Hui as soon as the Tao Theory Assembly ended, what would happen to the reputation of Yin Yang Cave Heaven? At the time, he had not known that Yang Kai would end up taking the top spot and simply wanted to protect Yin Yang Cave Heaven's reputation by defending him in public. As for whether Yang Kai could survive Thousand Cranes Paradise's retaliation in the future, that was entirely on Yang Kai. He could not be bothered to care that much. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. Yang Kai was now a Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law and the future husband of his disciple. Su Linggong had no choice but to meddle in this affair even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, Chu Huashang would become a widow if Yang Kai was killed. "It was an accident," Yang Kai replied. At the time, he had not intended to kill Zhao Xing. It was just that he used a bit too much strength. Su Linggong waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether it was an accident or not. It has already happened. You heard what Zuoquan Hui said before he left." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Void Land will not be bullied so easily. Why is Su Linggong telling me this? Could it be that he feels I have caused too much trouble, and Yin Yang Cave Heaven does not wish to be involved in this matter? If that's the case, I can understand." Su Linggong coldly snorted. "Do you think they will let you return to Void Land? If my guess is correct, they are waiting for you along your return path. There will be no escape for you the moment you show up." "Senior, you mean to say?" Su Linggong continued, "If you're in no hurry to return to Void Land, you should remain here for the time being. As for Thousand Cranes Paradise, this monarch will try to negotiate with them to see if there's any room for mediation." He glanced at Yang Kai and added, "Don't worry too much. Yin Yang Cave Heaven is perfectly capable of withstanding the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing was killed during the Tao Theory Assembly, and this monarch openly declared that no one will be held accountable for deaths during the trial. It would be best if they give up on this matter. But if they refuse, this monarch will show them whose fist is bigger." Yang Kai was slightly touched. The meaning behind Su Linggong's words could not be clearer. He would deal with this troublesome matter. Thus, Yang Kai's impression of Su Linggong improved considerably. He stood up and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Senior." Su Linggong nodded lightly. "Also, you should carefully regulate your condition in the near future. Yin Yang Cave Heaven might have another opportunity for you." "An opportunity?" Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, keenly aware of the astonishment on the faces of Su Yingshui and Qing Kui, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this while. It was obvious that this potential opportunity was not small. I can't confirm anything yet. I'll tell you when the time comes. Su Linggong did not provide any further explanation. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Senior, this junior has a favor to request. Su Linggong glanced sideways at Yang Kai. You are now my Enyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, which makes you part of Enyang Cave Heaven. As long as your request is not excessive, this monarch can fulfill your request. I would like you to help me free someone, Senior. Yang Kai said. Who? Gray Bones, heavenly monarch from the prison star. A short while later, Qin Kuei led Yang Kai back along the way they came. Su Linggong had readily agreed to Yang Kai's request. As an inner elder of Enyang Cave Heaven, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he held a high position and great authority in the sect. Aside from the supreme elders who essentially never came out of retreat, he was one of the most influential people in the entire Enyang Cave Heaven. Setting someone free from the prison star was a simple task. It was also not until this moment that Su Linggong understood how Yang Kai could obtain such great achievements during the Tao Theory Assembly. It turned out that it was all thanks to Huigu secretly helping Yang Kai from the shadows. Be that as it may, Huigu had a criminal record, so Su Linggong was honestly quite uneasy about releasing the former from the prison star. However, he happily agreed to the request after Yang Kai revealed the loyalty list to him. Senior brother Qin Kuei, what is the opportunity Martial Uncle Su mentioned earlier? Along the way, Yang Kai raised this question, judging by Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei's reaction earlier. They definitely knew the secret behind this mystery. Qin Kuei smiled and shook his head. I can't say. If you receive approval, then you'll be told in due time. If the matter falls through, then there's no point in knowing. Just wait patiently. I can only tell you that even in Enyang Cave Heaven, only very few people are eligible to obtain this opportunity. Yang Kai was slightly moved hearing that. He never imagined that the so-called opportunity would be so precious that only a few people were eligible to obtain it, even in Enyang Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, he was not in a position to ask further questions, seeing as Qin Kuei was not willing to talk. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to his living quarters. After waiting for another 2 days, Huigu was brought out from the prison star by Qin Kuei. Huigu couldn't help sighing softly when master and servant reunited. From the day he was thrown into the prison star, he never even imagined that he would one day leave that place alive. It was just a pity that Bai Mo, who had served him loyally for so many years, had not survived. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch has also been released, but I don't know his current whereabouts. Rest assured, I will ask somebody to investigate him in the future. There will always be a chance to seek revenge. Yang Kai comforted Huigu. Huigu bowed. Many thanks, sir. If I can avenge Bai Mo, then this Huigu will have no other regrets in life. Bai Mo's strength was not impressive, but he was extremely loyal. It was impossible not to develop feelings after spending so many years together. Huigu had long since considered Bai Mo to be his disciple and family. Therefore, Bai Mo's murder that took place in front of him had caused him to thirst for revenge. As time passed, Yang Kai and Huigu remained inside the residence. During this time, Chu Huashang came to inform Yang Kai that she was going to enter retreat. She also asked him to look forward to seeing her again in 100 years. Yang Kai naturally agreed, and after spending 3 days together, they parted ways for now. After a few more days, Qin Kuei suddenly dropped by the residence. He looked at Yang Kai with admiration and envy. Congratulations, junior brother. The opportunity has come. Accompany me. Yang Kai was stunned, but suppressing the overwhelming curiosity in his heart, he instructed Huigu to wait for him and not to wander around arbitrarily. Then he followed Qin Kuei out. They traveled at a hurried pace, though Yang Kai did not know where they were heading. In the beginning, they occasionally encountered some Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples along the way. When these people noticed Qin Kuei, they quickly stopped in their tracks and bowed deeply. However, the further inward they went, the fewer people they met. At one point, there were no traces of anybody else. It could be seen that the place they were going was located at an extremely isolated location. Some time later, up ahead of them was a figure standing proudly in the void, quietly waiting for their arrival. It was none other than Su Linggong. Qin Kuei led Yang Kai straight to Su Linggong. Cupping his fist, he reported, "Honored master, I've brought him here." Su Linggong nodded. "You should head back first." Qin Kuei responded, "Yes." After that, Qin Kuei turned around and returned along the way he came. Su Linggong gestured towards Yang Kai. "Let's go. Up ahead is one of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's restricted areas. Nobody is allowed to enter this place without permission. Those who try will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai's expression hardened. It was only natural for a giant organization like Yin Yang Cave Heaven to have their own restricted areas. However, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master, like Qin Kuei, could not enter this place at will. It could be seen just how much Yin Yang Cave Heaven valued this restricted area. He was becoming more and more curious about this so-called opportunity as well as the restricted area he was about to enter. Whilst traveling, Su Linggong's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "You might have taken the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, but it was only thanks to a convenient strategy. When it comes to your strength among the sixth-order open heaven realm masters, you are no different from the little ones who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. All of you rank at the bottom of the sixth order, since you've only advanced into the open heaven realm recently." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, senior." He knew that Su Linggong was unaware of his actions on the prison star, but it made sense when he thought about it. Almost all who witnessed his true strength were dead. Although the core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises had witnessed his strength when he killed Zhao Xing, they left the Yin Yang Cave Heaven as soon as they came out. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others who remained were Yang Kai's friends, and would not spread his secrets if they were not forced to. Therefore, Su Linggong believed that Yang Kai's strength was ranked at the bottom of the sixth-order open heaven realm, since he had only just advanced into the open heaven realm recently. In addition, he also believed that Yang Kai obtained the achievements that allowed him to win the Tao Theory Assembly only thanks to Huigu's help. Martial Peak, Chapter 4477, Shortcut. As for how Yang Kai persuaded Huigu into cooperating with him, that was the result of his own ability and charisma. Su Linggong didn't bother to pay much attention to that matter. The cultivation of open heaven realm masters comes from the accumulation and precipitation of time. Refining open heaven pills or cultivation materials of various orders has been the most orthodox cultivation method among open heaven realm masters since ancient times. Although this is a lengthy process, it is also the safest and simplest method. Naturally, there are people who want to take shortcuts. Refining the heritage of universe worlds for one's own use is one such method, but it has many drawbacks. The heritage of those universe worlds that have been refined might not be perfectly compatible with oneself. If any rejection occurs, one's heritage might even plummet as a result. The benefits are simply not worth the loss. Moreover, every single universe world is unique. That includes the small universes within open heaven realm masters like ourselves. It is unimaginably difficult to find a small universe that complements perfectly with your cultivation. Su Linggong's voice slowly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He once met an open heaven realm master who tried to refine the heritage of the demon realm to restore his strength. It was just that he stopped that open heaven realm master from succeeding and eventually killed him for trying. On the contrary, the world force released during the death of that open heaven realm master had nourished the demon realm instead. But just because it is difficult to use shortcuts does not mean that there are no shortcuts. Yang Kai's expression changed with those words, and he asked, "Senior, do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You had high ambitions in the beginning and aimed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, your actions touched on the tolerance of many people. In the end, you were forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm in Shattered Heaven. It has only been a few years since then. So how is it possible for a fifth order open heaven realm master to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm in such a short period? I believe that the information I received is accurate, so you should have only advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm in Shattered Heaven, not the sixth order." Yang Kai remained silent. That was not something he could hide even if he wanted to. Many people were there to witness his advancement. After all, even Chu Huashang had been present, so it was not strange for Su Linggong to know about this matter. It is rumored that there is a miraculous medicine in this world known as the world fruit. World fruits can be divided into low, mid, and high rank. The rank of the world fruit corresponds with the rank of the open heaven realm. More importantly, the world fruit allows a cultivator to safely and directly advance to the next order without any hidden dangers. Su Linggong continued speaking without regard for Yang Kai's opinion. Both Yu and Chuer entered the grand ancient ruins boundary in the past. Around that time, someone auctioned off a low-rank world fruit in Yinyang territory. That person had also entered the grand ancient ruins boundary before. According to the information obtained by Yinyang Cave Heaven, that person obtained their low-rank world fruit from the grand ancient ruins boundary. That is why I believe that you managed to advance from the fifth order to the sixth order in such a short time by consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Senior is indeed insightful. Yang Kai admitted frankly, "Indeed, I advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm by consuming a world fruit." Good. Su Linggong smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then you and Chuer are definitely a good match for each other. I was initially worried that there might be a gap between Chuer's future limit and yours. It looks like I was worried for nothing." If Yang Kai had advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm, then his limit was the seventh order open heaven realm. However, if he reached the sixth order with the help of a world fruit, then his future limit would be the eighth order, which was the same as Chu Huashang, with aptitudes like theirs. As long as they were given enough time, it was only a matter of time before they advanced into the eighth order open heaven realm. You sure had good fortune to obtain such a precious treasure like a mid-rank world fruit. No wonder you were willing to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm back at Shattered Heaven. Su Linggong nodded lightly and glanced at Yang Kai approvingly. Consuming the world fruit is the best-known shortcut in existence. Senior, are you saying that there are other shortcuts? Su Linggong smiled slightly. Of course, the 3,000 worlds is vast and contains endless mysteries. Even a high-rank open heaven realm master like me may never discover all its mysteries in my lifetime. The only reason you've never heard of these shortcuts before is that you have not seen or experienced enough of the world yet. Yang Kai said seriously, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Su Linggong asked, "Have you ever heard of a temporal river?" A temporal river? Yang Kai was astonished. It is an innate phenomenon filled with the mysteries of time. The flow of time inside a temporal river is different from the outside world. It can be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster. Do you know what that means? Yang Kai expression stiffened in surprise. Does senior mean that if one cultivates in a temporal river for 1,000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world? And Su Linggong revealed an expression of nostalgia. Although only 1 year passes in the outside world, you can cultivate for tens, hundreds, or thousands of years inside. The heritage you accumulate will naturally be stronger than others. Moreover, this is the standard process of accumulation and precipitation, so there will be no hidden dangers whatsoever. Back then, I entered a temporal river and gained great benefits as a result. Yang Kai looked shocked. I can't believe there is something as strange as a temporal river in this world. If I didn't hear this from Su Ling Gong himself, I might not believe something like that exists. However, he soon remembered about Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was proficient in the Tao of Time, and the Flowing Time temple he left behind was once sealed a rich amount of time principles. The two little ones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, had cultivated in retreat for several hundred years inside the Flowing Time Temple, but only several years passed in the outside world. Hence, the Flowing Time Temple was akin to an artificial temporal river that Flowing Time, Great Emperor, created. It was a pity that the time principles sealed within had long been exhausted, and the flow of time in the Flowing Time Temple had returned to normal. Looking at things from this point of view, it could be seen that Flowing Time, Great Emperor, was an unprecedented genius. If he had not died after his encounter with Mo Sheng, he would certainly have a place in the 3,000 worlds. At that thought, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Senior, could the opportunity you mentioned be a temporal river? Su Linggong burst into laughter. You wish? If anybody were to come across a temporal river, they would have gone in to cultivate a long time ago. They would never leave that place until the time principles inside had been exhausted, so you should stop dreaming about temporal rivers. Yang Kai was astonished. Only then did he realize that a temporal river was something like a consumable resource. If somebody were to discover one, it only made sense that they would not leave anything behind for others. Don't bother dreaming about temporal rivers for the time being. It is a very rare occurrence in the 3,000 worlds. Even if one did appear, you would not get a chance to experience it. Su Linggong paused for a moment before he continued. A temporal river is one of the shortcuts, but another type is small source worlds. Small source worlds. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly and revealed a dubious expression. He had never heard of such a thing before. Since you obtained a world fruit, you must have entered the world inside the world fruit. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Furthermore, he had done so more than once. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling that time in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Using the small sealed world to cheat, he carried a group of people with him to experience more than a dozen worlds within the various world fruits. He eventually angered the world tree, which caused it to beat him up badly. That incident was truly traumatic. A small source world is similar to what you experienced when you entered the world within the world fruit. It can be said that a small source world is a weaker version of the world fruit's world. Please enlighten me, Senior, Yang Kai humbly said. The flow of time in a small source world is different from the outside world. And if you can refine part of the small source world's source strength, then you will only obtain a part of the small source world's world force. If you integrate this world force into your body, it will strengthen the heritage of your small universe and save you many years of cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes brightened at those words. If he could obtain the small source world's world force by refining the small source world's source strength, then it was certainly, as Su Linggong mentioned, he would strengthen his heritage and save a lot of hard cultivation time. No wonder he mentioned that a small source world is a weakened version of the world fruit. A world fruit can help an open heaven realm master advance directly into the next order, but a small source world cannot. Even so, the small source world has its own advantages compared to a world fruit. a world fruit can only be used by one person once. On the other hand, a small source world can become a training ground for many people. Small source worlds are one of the foundations that support the cave heavens and paradises. Every cave heaven and paradise will have at least one small source world. Yin Yang Cave Heaven has a total of 3 small source worlds. Yang Kai looked excited. So, the opportunity you mentioned earlier. Su Linggong replied, "That's right. The opportunity this monarch prepared for you is the chance to enter one of the small source worlds. This small source world is the highest ranked among the small source worlds in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. If you can refine part of the source strength, you will surely obtain great gains." Yang Kai gratefully said, "Many thanks, Martial Uncle." Such a precious gift was incredibly generous. Qing Kui also mentioned that few people received this opportunity. Even among those in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Yang Kai could roughly guess the reasons for such strict restrictions. Su Linggong had mentioned that a small source world could become a training ground for many people. However, the small source world would weaken every time somebody refined a portion of its source strength. If care was not taken, the small source world would vanish completely one day. Compared to a one-time use consumable item like the world fruits, a small source world could be used many times, although the effects were not as good as the world fruit, but had their respective advantages. Be that as it may, there was a limit to how many times a small source world could be used within a certain amount of time. That was why only the most talented cultivators in Yin Yang Cave Heaven could enter the small source world. In any case, the existence of a small source world was no doubt more important for a sect than a world fruit. After all, the former could help increase the strength of many disciples over time, while the latter would only benefit a single person. Su Linggong must have gone through a lot of trouble to let a semi-outsider like Yang Kai into the small source world. You don't need to think too deeply. This monarch is only doing this for Chuer. Since you only just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm, your foundation is unstable and your heritage is lacking. Entering the small source world will give you a chance to accumulate and precipitate some strength. Otherwise, it would be unfair for Chuer if you encounter danger and die early, Su Linggong said lightly. Besides, there's no guarantee you will gain anything even if you entered the small source world. It all depends on your own effort and luck. Rest assured, Martial Uncle, this junior will do his best. Yang Kai promised solemnly. We're here. Su Linggong suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in the middle of the void. Yang Kai looked around, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Su Linggong formed a set of hand seals before he suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Please answer my call, ancestor." A stream of light burst forth, causing ripples to spread out in the void ahead. After the ripples settled, an old man sitting cross-legged eerily appeared in Yang Kai's vision without warning. The old man had white hair and a white beard. His brows were so long that they drooped to his chest. His upper body was unclothed and covered in firm muscles that gleamed with a bronze glow that seemed to contain an endless amount of power. His lower body was only covered in a pair of plain linen trousers. To top it off, he was barefooted. When the old man opened his eyes, though, it felt as though 2 bright suns flashed into existence. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4478. Eldest Senior Brother. Greetings, Ancestor. Su Linggong bowed respectfully. Yang Kai, who was standing behind Su Linggong, hurriedly followed suit and bowed. After listening to the way Su Linggong addressed this old man, how could he not know that this person was one of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's supreme elders? More importantly, only those in the 8th order open heaven realm could serve as a supreme elder in the cave heavens and paradises. This was Yang Kai's first time meeting a cultivator in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, although she possessed strength on par with an Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master. He was a divine spirit, so there was an obvious difference between him and an actual Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master. Yang Kai snuck a glance in that direction and saw that the old man's bare chest was covered in dense, crisscrossing scars. They looked like ferocious centipedes crawling all over his body. The longest scar extended from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely powerful, so who could injure an ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven so badly? It had to be said that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely robust vitality and vigorous recovery abilities, so most injuries would not leave a trace on them. Even so, the scars of past injuries remained shockingly apparent on this old man's body. It was conceivable just how severely injured he had been at the time. "What is it?" the Supreme Elder asked quietly. Su Linggong replied, "Ancestor, please understand. This disciple wishes to send this junior into the divine armament world. Please open the world boundary and create a corridor. Ancestor." The Supreme Elder glanced at Yang Kai and furrowed his brow lightly. "This boy is not a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, right?" His eyes were incredibly sharp, so he could tell at a glance that Yang Kai did not belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Su Linggong explained, "He might not be a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but he can be considered a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law now." "So that's how it is," the old man nodded lightly. "Since he is a son-in-law of our Cave Heaven, he does have the qualifications to enter the divine armament world. Do you have the edict from the sect master?" "The edict is here. Please have a look, Ancestor." Su Linggong raised his hand and shot out a stream of light. The old man caught the stream of light and took a quick glance. Then he nodded. "Everything is in order." While saying so, he suddenly lifted a hand and pointed to a spot beside him. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void, without a sound. The extremely clear and distinct aura of a universe world came from within the vortex. "Go on. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic, no matter what you encounter inside. Carefully explore, and it will definitely benefit you." Su Linggong patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Many thanks, Ancestor." Yang Kai nodded and plunged straight into the vortex. A feeling of weightlessness immediately washed over him. It was not until Yang Kai's figure disappeared that the vortex slowly faded away. The Supreme Elder glanced at Su Linggong and asked, "You didn't give him a seal to escape. What if he dies inside?" Su Linggong smiled. "If he dies inside, then it means that he is nothing special. In that case, he is not qualified to become a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law." "Good." The Supreme Elder did not say another word. Closing his eyes, his figure gradually vanished once more. "Elda's senior brother, Elda's senior brother, wake up." Yang Kai felt as though somebody was tugging at him in his dazed state. An urgent cry entered his ears, and he slowly came awake and opened his eyes. However, the world spun around him, and his vision was bleary. Ugh, he held his head in his hands and groaned in pain. "Elda's senior brother, stop drinking. You'll die if you continue drinking like this." The voice that woke him up rang out again. A strong smell of alcohol lingered in his nose, and Yang Kai instinctively sensed that he was drunk. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He was not such a heavy drinker. Besides, how could a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master like him get drunk so easily? When he tried to urge his power to scatter the effects of the alcohol and recover from his hangover, Yang Kai stiffened in shock, and his eyes abruptly jerked wide open. There was not much power in his body, only a faint trace flowing through his meridians and his body, compared to his strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master. This paltry bit of power was so weak that it was practically unnoticeable. The shock was so great that he immediately broke out of his drunken stupor. Before Yang Kai could understand what was going on, though, he felt pain running through his head. An endless stream of complicated information poured into his mind, causing him to groan in pain like an injured beast. The person in front of him was startled and quickly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Eldest senior brother? Don't frighten me." A short while later, Yang Kai finally calmed down and stared at the table in front of him in a daze. His name was still Yang Kai, but now he was a disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was an extremely small sect with only several dozen members. It was nothing but a grain of sand when compared to the entire divine armament world. There were countless other small sects, like Void Spirit Sword Sect, in this world. He had entered the sect early and became the eldest senior brother of this generation of disciples. As the eldest senior brother, he had a mild temperament and treated people generously. His aptitude was relatively good among the others in the sect, so the elders in the sect had high hopes for him. They believed that he was their only hopeful candidate to enter the Earth realm in the last 100 years. There were 4 distinct great realms in this world, known as mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. Furthermore, each great realm had 9 minor realms. This was how the cultivators in the divine armament world categorized their strength. At present, Yang Kai was only in the 4th order mortal realm. He used to live up to the expectations of his elders, working hard and cultivating diligently. However, ever since he met a girl 1 year ago when he was running errands outside, he became so enamored with her that his entire life was turned upside down. Just a few days ago, he fought for the attention of that girl out of jealousy and lost her to another. As a result, he became depressed and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. This information was what Yang Kai found from the memories that flowed into his head just now. Everything was so vivid and lifelike, almost as if these events had happened to him. Am I Yang Kai from Voidland? Or Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? His thoughts were a mess. He could clearly recall Su Linggong bringing him to the entrance of the small source world where he was supposed to enter for training. Why was he suddenly in this situation then? In addition, his strength that was as vast as the sea could not be mobilized at all. He could clearly sense that his power was still there, but it was suppressed by some kind of inexplicable force. Is this the small source world? All of a sudden, Yang Kai recalled what Su Linggong mentioned just before he entered the small source world. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic, no matter what you encounter inside. This is certainly very interesting. Yang Kai suddenly thought back to the time when he brought a group of subordinates with him to train within the world fruits. Each world fruit was unique. For instance, when he entered the second world fruit, both he and Lang Qingshan had been transformed into rusty iron swords. It turned out to be a world of swords. There was also a time when several of his subordinates transformed into monster beasts. That was a world inside a fruit where monster beasts ruled. Inside each of those world fruits, Yang Kai could only leave and obtain his prize once he found a method to escape. It would seem that the existence of the small source world was indeed somewhat similar to the world fruit, even though there were clear differences. When he entered this small source world, it felt as though the divine armament world had given him a brand new identity as the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This was the identity accepted by the entire world, so that was why everything felt very natural. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. The person in front of him was still shouting. Yang Kai looked up, and after trying his best to focus his blurry vision, he finally managed to see clearly. A petite and adorable young girl was looking at him nervously from across the table, her expression filled with concern. She was only around 16 years old, but she had seemingly developed quite well for her age, as emphasized by the two large mountains on her chest. She was also wearing a light green dress that hugged her graceful waist. Wan Ying, the little junior sister of Void's spirit sword sect. This thought popped into his mind out of nowhere. "It's you, little junior sister," young Kai murmured, his tongue involuntarily slurring over his words. "How are you, eldest senior brother?" Wan Ying asked in concern. "Where do you feel unwell?" "Ugh, my head hurts." Young Kai reached out to rub his forehead. "Wait for a moment. I need to sober up." She quickly nodded at his words. "Good, good, good. It's good as long as you stop drinking." Then she turned around and called out, "Shop hand, bring a bowl of hangover soup." The shop hand, nearby, responded immediately. A short while later, a bowl of hot hangover soup was brought over. Wan Ying personally brought the bowl to Yang Kai's lips and fed him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sat motionless as he combed through all the new information in his mind. At the same time, he drew upon his strength to dispel the lingering effects of the alcohol. Although his cultivation in the fourth stage mortal realm could not be considered anything amazing, it was still not bad for a member of the younger generation. It was at least enough to help speed up the process of sobering up. His current location seemed to be inside a restaurant, one that was filled with customers. Some were ordinary people, while others were cultivators. These people were drinking together in small groups of 3 to 5. The Divine Armament Tournament, that is only held once every 100 years, is finally over. When the masters fight, it's the ordinary people like us who suffer. I wonder how many lives were destroyed, and how many people lost their homes during the Divine Armament Tournament this time. A voice came from one of the tables by the side. Yang Kai immediately became interested and quickly paid attention to the ambient gossip. There's no helping it. The Divine Armament Tournament is the biggest event in the Divine Armament world. It only happens once every 100 years. Moreover, winning a divine armament means wielding supreme power. How could people not be tempted? Speaking of which, the 10 great divine armaments of our divine armament world change hands every 100 years. When will these battles end? If some heaven-defying person can collect all of the 10 great divine armaments, that might end the chaos in this land. What a joke! Somebody shouted. It is said that just refining one divine armament takes infinite mental strength. Not to mention that each divine armament is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If one's willpower is insufficient, one will only become the divine armament's puppet. It's difficult enough to refine just one of them, so who could possibly collect all 10? After listening to the conversation in the surroundings, Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. This small source world was called the Divine Armament World. Furthermore, a divine armament tournament would be held every 100 years. His purpose in coming here was to refine a portion of the small source world's source strength to enhance his small universe's heritage. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the divine armament tournament was the key. Perhaps he could obtain a part of the small source world's source strength by obtaining the divine armaments. 100 years. It's not a short time, so I should have ample time to cultivate in peace. Besides, I don't need to worry about the outside world right now. The small source world is similar to world fruit. Hence, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. 100 years in here might be less than 1 year in the outside world. Maybe even just a month. Yang Kai soon made up his mind. I have to cultivate diligently. In 100 years, I will participate in the Divine Armament Tournament. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4479. I see disaster in your future. Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull, and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a catastrophe will befall you soon. A voice suddenly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw an elderly man standing in front of him with a smile. The elderly man wore a tall hat and a long linen coat. He was also holding a cloth banner that had big characters for fortune-telling written on it. My eldest senior brother is just drunk. What nonsense are you saying, old man? Before Yang Kai could respond, Wan Yingying shouted with a glare. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her and looked up at the elderly man with a smile. A divination master? In his memories, there was indeed such a mysterious group of people in the divine armament world. He did not know whether their predictions were accurate or not, but he couldn't help being interested since it was his first time meeting one. This old master is indeed a divine oracle. I can see 500 years into the future and 500 years into the past. Everything below the heavens and above the earth is not beyond my knowledge. There's nothing I don't know. Young man, if you wish to resolve this catastrophe, then you should let this old master divine your future for you. Perhaps it might save you. You certainly have a lot of confidence. Yang Kai chuckled. If that's the case, then why don't you divine my fate for me? Sure. The divine oracle immediately felt refreshed now that he had a sail in his hand. Placing the cloth banner in his hand aside, he sat down and asked, Young man, do you want me to divine your handwriting or read your palm? Let's make it simple. Please read my palm. Do you want my left hand or my right hand? It doesn't matter. This old master's fortune-telling is not so limited. The divine oracle grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth. Wan Yingying stood beside Yang Kai, looking hesitant. She wanted to tell her eldest senior brother that this group of people made a living by scamming people, so there was no need to believe them. After thinking about it again, though, she changed her mind. He had been so depressed and disheartened for the past year that it was rare for him to show interest in anything, so she couldn't bring herself to dampen his mood. We'll only lose some money, but it'll be worth it as long as it can make eldest senior brother happy. With that thought in mind, she quietly shot a look at the divine oracle to warn him to speak carefully. There was no saying whether the divine oracle noticed her look as he picked up Yang Kai's hand and studied the lines on his palm with a frown. Young man, it seems your life is not going very well, and your path ahead is full of disasters. If this old master is correct, you encountered something sad recently, right? Wan Yingying angrily spoke up from the side. Stop talking nonsense. Who would know something like that? Ha ha, the divine oracle chuckled softly. He was not bothered by her outburst and continued his examination until all of a sudden he frowned as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and his expression became extremely dignified. Wan Yingying grit her teeth at the sight and secretly vowed to herself, if this old fart makes another rude remark, I'm going to beat him up and throw him out. Old sirs, Yang Kai called out softly. The divine oracle stared at Yang Kai's hand in his grip for a while, seeming to freeze in place. After a while, he slowly released Yang Kai's hand and stood up. He grabbed the cloth banner he had placed by the side of the table and retreated, cupping his fist in apology. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Wan Yingying looked at the divine oracle in confusion, wondering what tricks this old man was playing. However, she watched as the elderly man retreated to the door and turned around to run away. Who could have known that he would happen to bump into someone? That person was an impressive and handsome young man who had a jade-like woman in his arms. One of his large hands fondled restlessly around the woman's waist. When the divine oracle ran into him, he was caught off guard and stumbled backwards suddenly. Furious, he grabbed the old man by the collar and shouted, "Old dog, are you blind? Don't you look where you're going?" The divine oracle apologized repeatedly before suddenly looking up at the young man and saying, "Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a great disaster will befall you soon." This situation made Wan Yinging utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the young man became even angrier. He slapped the divine oracle with his palm and knocked him straight to the ground. Then he stepped forward and added 2 more kicks for good measure. His stomps made the divine oracle scream in agony. After fiercely venting his anger, he finally grinned savagely. "How dare you say that a great disaster will befall me? I'll show you what a great disaster looks like." The divine oracle was powerless to resist and could only curl up into a trembling ball. The young man called out, "Pull out all his teeth. Show him the consequences of speaking nonsense." Yes, 2 attendants immediately rushed out from behind the young man. They grabbed the divine oracle from both sides and dragged him to the side. On the other hand, the young man sauntered into the restaurant with the woman held snugly in his arms. Wan Yinging immediately turned pale. She stood next to Yang Kai and grabbed him by the arm. "Eldest senior brother, let's leave quickly." Who could have known that Yang Kai would be as immovable as a rock? She could not budge him whatsoever. Near the door, the young man led the woman and his attendants inside. His gaze swept around and immediately landed on Yang Kai, causing him to grin meaningfully. "Isn't that Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? Goodness, what a coincidence." The gorgeously dolled-up woman, who had been giggling away in his arms, suddenly stiffened at those words. When she turned around to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately became uneasy and she murmured softly, "Young Master Zhang, this old place has a shabby atmosphere. Let's go somewhere else." The young man called young Master Zhang sneered. "Does this place have a shabby atmosphere? Or are you feeling uncomfortable after meeting an old lover?" The woman looked embarrassed but did not open her mouth. He sneered, "Since you've met an old lover, you should definitely go and greet him." While saying so, he dragged the woman in his arms over to Yang Kai and sat down opposite him. His attendants spread out to form a line behind him, giving off an impressive aura. Yang Kai quietly watched the young man, and information floated into his head. This person was Zhang Yulin from Tianluo Hall. Compared to a small force like the Void Spirit Sword Sect, Tianluo Hall was much stronger. The cultivators in the divine armament world could be divided into 4 realms: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. The same applied for the great forces. Both Void Spirit Sword Sect and Tianluo Hall had Earth Realm Masters assuming command over their sect, so they could be considered Earth Realm Great Forces. However, the Earth Realm Masters in the Void Spirit Sword Sect were only in the 3rd stage at most. In contrast, Tianluo Hall had several 9th-step Earth Realm Masters. Therefore, Tianluo Hall stood on a different level compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect in terms of both quantity or quality of masters. Any random elder in Tianluo Hall could easily wipe out the entire Void Spirit Sword Sect. Zhang Yulin's strength was only slightly higher than Yang Kai's, so there was not much of a difference between them. Be that as it may, their statuses and authority were as different as night and day, as the former was a descendant of a Tianluo Hall elder. Meanwhile, the woman next to him was called Zhou. She was a disciple of the Zhou family. Yang Kai had gotten to know her and secretly fell in love with her when he went out to run errands in the past. He initially thought that she was a gentle, kind, and intelligent woman, an ideal companion. Who could have known that Zhang Yulin would appear out of nowhere? Faced with a choice between Yang Kai and Zhang Yulin, Zhou Tsun had chosen the latter. That was also the greatest reason why Yang Kai had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol lately. The identity given to me by the divine armament world was such a failure. Yang Kai sighed slightly. I told you never to appear before me again. I also told you that I would beat you up every time I saw you. Did you think I was joking? Zhang Yulin glared at Yang Kai coldly. He might have stolen Yang Kai's woman, but he had no intention of forgiving Yang Kai either. His arrival in this place today was not a coincidence. It was intentional. What a coincidence. I don't know why I get so worked up when I see your face. I have the urge to beat you up too. Yang Kai grinned. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that naturally came with many different emotions. At this moment, he was filled with an inexplicable rage when he saw his love rival standing in front of him. Zhang Yulin was taken aback by those words. Similarly, Zhou Sun also looked at Yang Kai in astonishment from where she stood within Zhang Yulin's arms. Her impression of Yang Kai was that of a warm and kind-hearted young man who treated others with generosity. She had never seen him looking so aggressive before. He even gave off a murderous intent. A Yang Kai like this was very unfamiliar to her. What did you say? Zhang Yulin cocked his ear to the side and leaned his head close to Yang Kai. Can you say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly. Pa. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the other party without another word. His palm landed squarely on Zhang Yulin's face, causing a bloody tooth to fly out. The force of impact sent Zhang Yulin flying through the air, spinning several times before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Even Zhou Sun, who had been embraced in his arms all this while, collapsed to the ground with him. Two screams rang out at the same time. They came from Wan Ying, who stood behind Yang Kai, and Zhou Sun respectively. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Yulin's attendants went pale with shock and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, scrambling in panic for a moment. At the entrance of the shop, the disheveled divine oracle with several footprints still on his back rushed in, with his cloth banner in his hand. He glanced at Zhang Yulin, who had collapsed on the ground with blood in his mouth, and roared with laughter. This old master warned you that you will face a great disaster today, but you didn't believe me. Ha! Let's see if you believe me now. After saying that, he turned around and fled like a column of smoke. Zhang Yulin stood up with some help from his attendants, feeling as though half of his face was swollen. Shaking his head vigorously, he stared at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and fury. You dare hit me? Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, I apologize. You stretched your head so far out that my hand just landed on it when I tried to turn. Eldest senior brother, we need to go. Wan Ying was so anxious that her complexion was deathly pale. She tugged at Yang Kai's arm with all her might. When she first saw Zhang Yulin, she had immediately wanted to drag Yang Kai away. Unfortunately, she failed to do so. Who could have known that things would take such a turn? I can't believe that eldest senior brother hit Zhang Yulin. Now that things have gotten out of hand, there is no way to resolve this matter peacefully. You want to leave? Zhang Yulin was livid. Why are you still standing around doing nothing? Get them. Break that bastard's limbs. I want him to suffer. His attendants immediately rushed forward from behind him. There was not much difference between his strength and Yang Kai's, as Yang Kai was in the 4th step mortal realm, while he was in the 5th step mortal realm. It was not that his aptitude was better than Yang Kai's, but rather that Tian Luo Hall had more abundant resources, so he received better support. However, the attendants that he brought with him were all in the 8th step or 9th step mortal realm. They might not be in the earth realm, but they were not far from it. Eldest senior brother, Wan Ying's small face was as white as a sheet and her petite body trembled slightly. Although she was extremely terrified, she stood in front of Yang Kai. Go quickly. I will stop them. Yang Kai laughed and stood up, pulling her behind him. Your eldest senior brother is here. There's no need for you to come forward. Just stand there and watch. My journey in this world will begin here. Following a soft sound, A sword light dazzled his eyes. Young Kai looked down at the long sword in his hand and gave an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, it turns out that I have a sword. It looks like this world treats me quite well." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4480, Neat and Tidy. Void Spirit Sword sect naturally focused on the sword Tao, so it was only natural that the disciples carried swords. Young Kai had been ignorant of this fact, and it was not until he instinctively drew his blade that he discovered he had a sword chi. Soft stabbing sounds rang out as one of the eight-step mortal realm masters charging at Yang Kai froze in place and looked down at his chest. A long sword had pierced right through his chest, and a stinging pain spread out from his heart. "You," the attendant lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He neither understood what had happened nor how he had been stabbed by a sword. "Pang San." The expressions of the other attendants nearby changed greatly. From their point of view, it seemed as though this attendant called Pang San had accidentally impaled himself on the other party's longsword, and this was the outcome of the accident, chi. Yang Kai pulled out his sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then Pang San turned pale and collapsed face first to the ground. "You court death." The rest of the attendants were enraged. There were several eighth-step and ninth-step mortal realm masters attacking a single boy in the fourth-step mortal realm. So how could they accidentally be killed by their opponent? It was a great humiliation to them. Roaring furiously, they circulated their strength and drew their weapons to attack from both sides. A fight had suddenly broken out, and one person had already died. Screams rang out in the restaurant, and everybody quickly fled outside. Even the shopkeeper and shop hands of the restaurant vanished without a trace. Inside the restaurant, Yang Kai and the attendants were at each other's throats. Sword lights flashed as Yang Kai retreated while protecting Wan Ying behind him. At the same time, he raised his sword to parry the ferocious attacks that kept raining down on him. The sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out endlessly. Yang Kai suffered from the impact of all the blows landing on him, and consequently his arms went numb and his vitality churned violently. His cultivation was no match for his opponents, so he was bound to suffer at their hands. He was at a disadvantage in a frontal confrontation, and his long sword trembled continuously, almost as though it could be sent flying at any moment. Chi. Another soft stabbing sound rang out as an attendant in the ninth-step mortal realm halted in his tracks and looked down at his chest in disbelief. His eyes instantly widened at the sight. He had suffered the same fate as Pang San. Yang Kai's sword had skewered him through the chest and stabbed straight into his heart. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a large invisible hand squeezing his heart. All the vitality in his body rapidly drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining two attendants were shocked and horrified. They did not understand why their companions seemed to have the tendency to run straight into the opponent's sword today. The boy opposite them was clearly much weaker than them, but he had managed to kill two of their companions in such a strange manner. Rather than being killed by Yang Kai, it was better to say that both their companions had impaled themselves on the opponent's sword on their own. Weak, too weak. Yang Kai's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. The body given to him by the divine armament world was so weak that he could not bear to look at himself. Compared to the strength of his original body, this Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword sect was no different from an ant. He only managed to kill two of his opponents by relying on his overwhelming experience and skill. Although he could not use his actual strength in this place, he could freely wield the techniques he honed from so many years of fighting. It didn't matter whether the enemy was greater in numbers or stronger than him. Killing them was not difficult, as long as he could seize the fleeting opportunities before him to make his move. These attendants in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm might have spirit chi protecting their bodies, but he could find openings at critical moments and position his longsword so that they impaled themselves on his sword all on their own. Rather than saying that Yong Kai had killed them, it was better to say that their own strength had killed them. That was why, in the eyes of outsider, those two people who died seemed as though they had committed suicide. It was extremely peculiar. Zhang Yulin had brought along 6 attendants with him. 2 of them had gone to dispose of the divine oracle, and their current whereabouts were unknown. Out of the remaining 4, Yong Kai had killed 2. Therefore, only 2 were left. These 2 remaining attendants were frozen in place, horror spreading across their faces. Their calm looks from before were gone. 2 of their companions had been killed in quick succession. It would be weirder if they failed to realize that something was strange about Yong Kai. It was just that Yong Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm, no matter how they looked at him. Not to mention, the fluctuation of the spirit chi surrounding his body was much weaker than their own. In a deadly battle, hesitation is one's greatest flaw. Yong Kai flicked his sword and sneered coldly. When his body moved, he boldly took the initiative to charge straight towards those 2, and his sword flashed so swiftly that nothing could escape its reach. The 2 remaining attendants paled with shock and hastily defended themselves. However, what depressed them greatly was that even though their strength was clearly greater than their opponents and their spirit chi was much denser than his, the figure in front of them was as slippery as an eel. They could not grasp his position, and instead were the ones to reveal more flaws due to the fear and unease in their hearts. A short while later, there were 2 additional corpses in the restaurant whose blood stained the ground. A family should never be separated. Yong Kai flicked off the blood on his blade. The long sword in his hand was pitted and damaged along its entire length, as it was not some extraordinary weapon. It was simply a mortal-grade long sword. So after fighting with 4 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters, the sword was at its limits. Still, Yong Kai looked up at Zhang Yulin, only to see that the latter was utterly dumbstruck. When the battle first began, Zhang Yulin had energetically shouted provocations from the sidelines, but as his attendants fell one by one, the horror on his face grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was shocked to the core. Is he really the same Yong Kai who groveled and didn't dare to say a word in front of me? He felt as though he was dreaming. Everything felt almost surreal. Even Zhou Tsun beside him was full of doubts. Seeing Yong Kai approaching step by step, Zhang Yulin immediately panicked. Stay away. Didn't you want to chop off my limbs? How are you going to chop my limbs if I don't come over? Yong Kai stared at Zhang Yulin calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that came with its own set of emotions. These memories felt so real that he felt as though they were his actual life experiences. I was just joking. Zhang Yulin shivered in fear. All of a sudden, he saw Zhou Tsun standing next to him, pale-faced with fear. Without hesitation, he hurriedly shoved her in front of him and shouted, "Didn't you like this woman? I'll return her to you. Just don't come near me." Zhou Tsun was shoved so hard that she stumbled and slammed into Yong Kai's chest, causing her complexion to turn even paler than before. When she looked up, all she saw was Yong Kai looking down at her coldly. The gaze was so unfamiliar that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Chi. A sudden stab of pain came from her chest. Looking down, she saw the tip of a sword piercing her in the back and protruding from her chest. The sword had penetrated her body to stab into Yong Kai's abdomen. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Yulin's hysterical laughter came from behind her. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this young master? Let's see if you survive that. Wan Yingying's scream rang out. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave a furious roar and raised his sword to slash at something behind Zhou Xian. A sword light flashed, and Zhang Yulin's head flew into the sky. His vicious and triumphant expression remained on his face as his headless corpse swayed, slightly before slowly collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. Zhou Tsun went limp in Yang Kai's arms. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and gently laid her down on the ground. Her gaze went slack, but she stared at Yang Kai fixedly and muttered, "I'm sorry." Wan Ying rushed over and immediately saw the wound traversing Zhou Tsun's chest. Zhang Yulin's long sword had passed directly through Zhou Tsun's chest and pierced her heart. With such injuries, there was no hope for her. After she finished speaking that sentence, her eyes slowly closed and her aura disappeared. The stench of blood was incredibly strong inside the restaurant, permeating the air and causing one to gag. "Eldest senior brother, are you all right?" Wan Ying glanced nervously at Yang Kai, only to see a patch of red slowly spreading across his abdomen and staining his clothes. Zhang Yulin's final attack, where he used Zhou Tsun as a distraction, had injured Yang Kai. That was not all. Both Yang Kai's sleeves were also dyed in red blood, a result of him tearing his muscles from his earlier battle. When fighting Zhang Yulin's 4 attendants, Yang Kai had killed them by relying on his overwhelming skills. Nevertheless, the gap in their cultivation had caused him to suffer some losses. The force of recoil that rebounded back at him had turned both his arms into a bloody mess. "I'm fine." He waved his hand dismissively as he sent a complicated gaze towards Zhou Tsun, who was laid out on the ground. "This world is strange indeed. I've never even met this Zhou Tsun before, but sorrow fills my heart to see her die in front of me." The reason he had been injured by Zhang Yulin was that a ripple had involuntarily emerged in his heart when Zhou Tsun was shoved into his arms. That feeling had left him reeling in shock for a moment. "You're bleeding so much. How can you say you're fine?" Wan Ying was close to tears. She hurriedly dug through the small cloth bag at her waist and took out a bottle of pills. Tipping a single pill out of the bottle, she stuffed it into his mouth. Then she took out some medicinal powder, tore his clothes open, and helped him to apply the powder on his wounds. While treating his wounds, she also examined the severity of his injuries and discovered that the stab wound at his abdomen was just a flesh wound. It had not gotten further than 3 centimeters past his skin. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Eldest senior brother, we need to return to the sect immediately. We must not stay here any longer." It was her first time seeing so many people die and so much blood spilled. Despite that, she only experienced a short moment of panic before she quickly realized that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Yulin was the favored descendant of one of the elders in Tianluo Hall, so Tianluo Hall would never let this matter go now that he had died at Yang Kai's hands in a place like this. Moreover, this town was under Tianluo Hall's jurisdiction. Once word of this incident spread, Tianluo Hall's members would surely swarm out to surround and suppress them. Wan Yingying's heart was filled with worry. Eldest senior brother caused such a huge mess. How will we resolve this incident? And Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The 2 of them gathered their things quickly and swiftly left the restaurant. Walking on the street, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. The divine oracle stood at the corner of the street with his bruised and swollen face. He was stroking his beard and looking in this direction with an unreadable expression. When their gazes met, he bowed deeply. His attitude immediately became flattering, and he kept bowing politely with a cupped fist. "This old guy is interesting. Did he notice something?" Yang Kai retracted his gaze and followed Wan Ying to the horse stables to retrieve their mounts. Afterwards, they traveled in the direction of Void Spirit Sword's sect, located several dozen kilometers away. In this world, only masters in the heaven realm and above could fly. Those in the mortal realm and the earth realm were incapable of such feats. Therefore, most people could only travel by horse. Be that as it may. Even those in the heaven realm would not choose to fly unless it was an emergency, as doing so consumed too much spirit chi, making flight hard to sustain for long periods of time. Only those in the spirit realm would fly about without any care in the world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4481. A good thing? Void Spirit Sword Sect was located between several medium-sized spirit peaks. Yang Kai searched his memories and found that Void Spirit Sword Sect had been established for quite a long time, over 1,000 years ago. In fact, in a world like this, not many great forces could pass down their inheritance for 1,000 years. Only the very ancient great forces had such long histories. Moreover, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword Sect seem to have produced a Sword Lord in the past. The so-called Sword Lord was the master of a divine armament. The divine armament world had a total of 10 divine armaments. The true Void Sword was one of them. One of the ancestors of the Void Spirit Sword Sect had the great honor to obtain the true Void Sword and became the true Void Sword Lord. That era was Void Spirit Sword Sect's most glorious and prosperous. It was just that the divine armament world would hold a divine armament tournament once every 100 years, and the divine armaments would often change hands during that time. Void Spirit Sword Sect suffered terrible losses in the battle 100 years after obtaining the true Void Sword, and gradually weakened in strength over the following years. At present, only a small number of people remained in Void Spirit Sword Sect, barely keeping the sect from dying out. Even the strongest in Void Spirit Sword Sect was only in the third step earth realm. Clop, clop, clop. The constant sound of horse hooves crunching against gravel filled the air as Yang Kai led his little junior sister, Wan Ying, up the mountain on horseback. Their travel speed was neither fast nor slow, and the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect were only several kilometers ahead. However, Wan Ying kept staring at Yang Kai's back in heavy silence throughout the return journey. His actions today had frightened her greatly. He was so different from the person in her memories that she couldn't help feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Several 8th and 9th step mortal realm masters had barely lasted an incense stick of time against him before they were slaughtered. Even Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall was killed by his sword. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you no longer recognize your eldest senior brother? Yang Kai's voice rang out. Only then did Wan Ying realize that he had stopped at some point and was currently looking back at her with a smile. The familiar face and smile reassured her considerably. Urging her horse to step forward, she continued onward side by side with him, where she asked tentatively, "Eldest senior brother, have you always been that strong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that they are too weak. They had too many shortcomings. When the gap between our cultivation is not big, a single small mistake can mean the difference between life and death in a fight. Is the gap between a 4th step mortal realm master and an 8th step mortal realm master not large?" Nevertheless, his performance today left her unable to refute his words. "Eldest senior brother, were you using the Void Spirit Sword art just now? Why does it feel a little different?" Wan Ying continued asking questions. Void Spirit Sword Sect was established based on the Void Spirit Sword art. So every single disciple was required to cultivate this sword art. Thinking back to the battle today, Wan Ying realized that although the moves Yang Kai displayed contained a shadow of the Void Spirit Sword art, they were not completely the same. "It is the Void Spirit Sword art, but I modified it slightly. I'll teach you next time." Yang Kai reached out to ruffle her head. She was speechless. The Void Spirit Sword art had been passed down through the sect for over 1,000 years. Countless seniors and ancestors had improved and modified the sword art over that time. It could be said that even though the Void Spirit sword art was not highly ranked in the divine armament world, it was an extremely solid entry-level sword art. The fact that her eldest senior brother could further improve, it was simply incredible. During their conversation, they arrived at the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It was a large stone monument that gave off an ancient aura. The characters Void Spirit were carved into the stone monument. In addition, there were 2 disciples dressed in blue and white robes guarding the entrance. These clothes were the standard uniform for Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples. And as soon as they caught sight of Yang Kai and Wan Ying, they immediately came forward to greet them. Eldest senior brother is back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Leaping off his horse, he handed the reins to one of the disciples and asked, "Where is the sect master?" Sect master is most likely discussing matters with the 2 elders in the main hall. You can find him there, eldest senior brother. Yang Kai nodded. "You've worked hard." Afterwards, the 2 disciples couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as they stared at Yang Kai's departing back. "It feels like something is different about eldest senior brother today," one of them said. "I get the same feeling." In the past, eldest senior brother, the other person thought about it and considered his words carefully. He had felt like he was shrouded in heavy death chi before, but it feels like he came back to life today. That's right. That's right. That's what it feels like. It looks like eldest senior brother has gotten over the issue from before. That's good. The world is not lacking in flowers. Zhou Tsun doesn't look like a good woman anyway. She is an ambitious social climbing woman. It's a good thing that eldest senior brother can get over her. The Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword Sect had a gentle temperament and always treated people generously. Hence he received the love and respect of his junior brothers and junior sisters. When the incident with Zhou Tsun took place, many of his junior brothers and junior sisters had been very worried about him. It was only natural for them to feel happy for him when they saw that he had overcome his hardships. Inside the main hall, Void Spirit Sword Sect Master Su Chong Fa, Great Elder Gu Kong Ning, and Second Elder Hong Xiu were gathered together. Void Spirit Sword Sect was weak, so these 3 were the only pillars of the sect among the older generation. They were also the 3 strongest people in the sect. All 3 of them were in the 3rd step Earth realm. Unfortunately, there was a big dividing line between the 3rd step and the 4th step. It was similar to the 3rd order open heaven realm and the 4th order open heaven realm. One could not cross this dividing gap without sufficient aptitude and resources. Sect Master Su Chong Fa had exhausted his potential, and for that reason he would never be able to go further than the 3rd step Earth realm. The same went for Great Elder Gu Kong Ning. If there was anybody among the 3 of them who could overcome the divide, then it could only be Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu was the youngest among the 3 of them, but be that as it may, she was already in her 40s. It was just that she had taken good care of herself, so she looked like she was only in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and tender, her bosom was ample and full, and her figure was slim and slender. She was also the only female among the 3 of them. I don't know how the information that we discovered a black jade mine within Void Spirit Sword Sect's territory on Ash Mountain was leaked out. However, the sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect has already sent a letter to me the other day. His message was heavily laden with hints. I'm afraid he wants a slice of the pie. Su Chong Fa sighed. He was now in his early hundreds. With a cultivation in the Earth realm, he theoretically had quite a long life ahead of him, but handling the affairs of the sect for so many years had exhausted him, causing him to look haggard and old. That bastard, that is Void Spirit Sword Sect's Black Jade Mine. What right does Roaring Tiger Sect have to ask for a share? Great Elder Gu Kong Ning roared furiously. Su Chong Fa sighed. Even if we refuse, Roaring Tiger Sect will not give up easily. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Roaring Tiger Sect is much stronger than us, so there is nothing we can do if they resort to using force. Hong Xiu chimed in solemnly. It's such a tempting meal. We won't be able to monopolize the benefits with Void Spirit Sword Sect strength alone. Roaring Tiger Sect is arrogant, but also powerful, so it's only natural that they want a share of the benefits. But what about Tianluo Hall? Now that the news has spread, Tianluo Hall won't remain silent either. Su Chong Fa shook his head. Tianluo Hall has yet to make a move. I don't know what they are thinking, but it's a given that they will meddle in the Black Jade Mine. Hong Xiu contemplated, and then said, if that's the case, we can just watch how things play out for the moment. Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect are similar in terms of strength, and since they both have interest in the Black Jade Mine, there will surely be conflict between them. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be able to find a good opportunity among the cracks. Su Chong Fa nodded. You're right, Hong Xiu. This old master had the same idea. That's why I have yet to send a reply to Roaring Tiger Sect. We should see how Tianluo Hall reacts to this matter before we come to a decision. He suddenly paused and looked up in the middle of his sentence. Then a smile appeared on his aged face. Little Yong Kai is back. Gu Kong Ning glared in that direction with an expression of disappointment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu glanced at Yong Kai in concern. Disciple greets honored master and two elders. Yong Kai came to a stop before he cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Behind him, Wan Ying followed suit. Along the way here, Yong Kai had taken the time to change into another set of clothes. Otherwise, his bloody appearance would have surely frightened many people. Gu Kong Ning scolded angrily. Where were you? You've been slacking off on your duties all day long. And why do you stink of alcohol? Void Spirit Sword Sect will be wiped out if we depend on you. It was not that he disliked Yong Kai. It was just that Yong Kai's recent performance had disappointed him so greatly that he could not help but reprimand him, out of anger. Hong Xiu quickly said, It's not that serious. A child's temperament is simply not steady enough. He just needs time to polish himself. Polish himself? Do you know how old he is now? He's only in the fourth step moral realm still. When will he reach the earth realm? With his current attitude, I'm worried that he might not fight back even if somebody hits him. That's what happened last time after all. He came home with a bruised and swollen face after being beaten up outside. That was such an embarrassment to Void Spirit Sword Sect. He muttered angrily. Yong Kai bowed in the Great Elder's direction. Many thanks for your guidance, Great Elder. This disciple has learned from his mistakes. In the past, this disciple has failed the earnest teachings of honored master and two elders. Fortunately, this disciple has come to his senses and will work hard in the future so that I don't fail your expectations of me. Gu Kong Ning seemed a little stunned to hear those words. He could not tell whether Yong Kai meant what he said, but his anger still subsided, and he nodded. It's best if you think that way, but I hope you can do more than just talk. This disciple has already begun following your teachings, Great Elder. I encountered some people who provoked me today, so this disciple gave them a painful lesson. Behind him, Wan Ying's brow twitched at those words. Oh, the Great Elder immediately became interested. Who is this person with no eyes who dared to provoke you? What was the outcome? This disciple killed them all. Yong Kai nonchalantly replied. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. After a while, Gu Kong Ning lightly coughed. It's good for young people to be hot-blooded. Only hot-blooded people have the drive to improve. Ahem, who were these people? The only people who could be killed by Yang Kai were most likely inferior cultivators. Therefore, Gu Kongning was not too bothered, even though he was surprised that somebody as gentle and kind as Yang Kai could kill another person. Void Spirit Sword sect might be weak, but not just anybody could afford to provoke them either. Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall and several of his attendants. Yang Kai reported truthfully at the time, this disciple was in the restaurant when, before he could finish speaking, he heard a clattering sound and looked up. Both his honored master Su Chong Fa and great elder Gu Kongning had gotten to their feet with expressions of horror on their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Hong Xiu reached out to cover her red lips with her hand. What did you say? Who did you kill? Gu Kongning stuttered. Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall. Great elder, you might not know this person. He is a descendant of Tianluo Hall's third elder, Zhan Bo-xiong. You know Zhan Bo-xiong, right, great elder? Yang Kai explained, seriously, you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories